gotten ready before the show. How is everybody? It's a Wednesday! Midweek! Oh boy! Let's get rid of that. Oh boy, thank you so much to everyone for tuning in to After Dark here. My name is Viv, aka Crouch. I hope you've all had a wonderful week. My day today has started off in less than, well, subpar fashion. Both Charlotte and I have been a little bit grumbly in the tummy. So we're standing up for the beginning of this, and then we'll take our seat a little bit later on as we move into things. 319 is in the PTU. I was saying I was expecting it on Friday, on Monday's stream. Expecting it on Friday, but here it is. It came out just after the stream on Monday night. And it's exciting. I've been in once already. Had a bit of a play around. Spent most of the afternoon trying to log back in with repeated 318 errors all over the shop. And we are finally back in. As you can see here, we're going to jump in there in a minute. I'm on an Australian server. But before we go too far, let's say hello to the chat. Who have we got here? We've got Rhino, Skeet, Clive Hughes has joined us, the Arcadia, Tyrese is here, Sylvester, Lebster. Thank you everyone for joining me. There might be a little bit of grumbling and groaning tonight as I try and balance my brain out with the fact that my stomach isn't feeling well, but I'm super amped and excited because 318 is here and it is a little bit of a mess. I have had some stability issues. We are on an Oz server right now that is absolutely kicking it. We will see that in a minute, but I was on an EU server earlier this afternoon when I was trying to solve my login issues. And we had 100 players on there and the server was still rocking around sort of between 7 and 10 frames, which is pretty good for 100 players. Normally when you got 100 players, it drops down to about 4 or 5. All right, holy boy. Did you get some bad snacks? Well, we're going to go through that right now because you know how we do it here at After Dark. We kick off every stream with a Tim Tam Slam. And as always, I've made some modifications to my setup here. We're still missing a key light. I've been in contact with Newer about that. Several of my lights from Newer have just randomly stopped working. Less than a year old. And they want some video of the fact that the lights don't work to see how they can help me and perhaps get one of their technicians to help sort out the issue. But I've moved my chat over to this monitor over here so it's a little bit easy to see because it used to sit just over here behind the camera. But I moved the camera so now I can see the chat fine over here. But because I'm standing up, it makes it easy to see over there. How is everyone? It's time to kick things off with a Tim Tam Slam. As always, huge, big, unnecessary long intros here at After Dark, but we've got to settle in, right? We've got to get ourselves into the right frame of mind to battle Star Citizen. And for me, the best way is a Tim Tam. Brand new packet. Listen to that crunch. If you don't know or you're new here, welcome. Every stream we start with a Tim Tam. It is an Australian biscuit, although you can get similar versions of it all over the place. It's basically 2 biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle, all wrapped up in chocolate, and we're going to bite off the opposite corners. You know how we do it. And then we will use our cup of tea here. Let me move you out of the way, Mr. Man. I got a cup of tea tonight. Normally I use coffee, but I had a coffee earlier on and that didn't agree with my stomach at all. So we've got a cup of tea just to help, settle things down. It will be a chill night. We'll see what we get up to. We do have some salvaging on the menu, but let's stop naffing about. We're going to use our biscuit properly prepared like a straw. And suck up some of that hot tea. It is better with coffee. I'm going to eat that gooey mess. And as we have been doing more recently of late, I'm going to kick things off with 2. Because there are some issues with the second patch here for 319 in the PTU. There was one yesterday that has balked a few things that I was kind of relying on so we could sell some loot, but we'll talk about that later on. Last bit, I do not have Tim Tams, but I do have some delicious dark chocolate palazzo biscuits that are amazing when dunked. Ooh, delicious. Oh boy, it's way better with coffee. All right. Oh boy. Versions, does it matter, Adam Warlock? Tim Tam is Tim Tam. No. I've seen it in several countries. Well, I'm sure you can get Tim Tams all over the world, but I know people on the Discord, link in the description, shout Discord in chat, say there's a penguin bar in the UK which is very, very similar, and it's called a penguin bar. Oh, for our stream snacks, just before we jump in and get on with some actual Star Citizen, we got that giant bag of turtle chips, seaweed flavor, which my wife and my daughter have been enjoying. So we'll have those a little bit later on. Let's get in to some Star Citizen. Let's kick on some lo-fi. Oh boy. As always, let me know what the audio is like as we progress forward in our adventures. Atreyu?
Yes, Commander?
Tell me a joke.
The ship's logs indicate Dutchman Ace on Discord submitted this joke, sir. What do you call a fish with a bow tie? Sophisticated.
Sophisticated. Tell me another one. Tell me another one.
Of course, Commander. This joke was submitted by Metaphysical on Discord, sir. Why did the young hoodlum cross the road? To steal the hubcaps on the other side.
Sylvester says, I ordered a 5-pack to Eastern United States for $30 off Amazon, and my children helped me eat all of them. Did they eat all of them? Oh, amazing. I thought they were awesome, and this is coming from a dude who doesn't like sweets all that much. Yeah, I don't know if they manufacture Tim Tams everywhere. I'm sure you could buy them everywhere, but Australian chocolate's very different than, you know, chocolate in other places. I have noticed, first thing, a couple of key things straight off the bat. The terminals are way less sticky, and they seem to operate, you know, 80% of the time perfectly fine. So it might not be necessary, ooh, see, 80% of the time, it might not be necessary for us to have to maintain our civic duty and reset these terminals. But they seem to be good, they seem to be responsive. Obviously that depends on the server. Let's have a quick look where we are. We'll hit that once and we'll hit it again. So 15, 16 frames a second. B-Win looks good to me. And number of players online, only 28. So we'll see how we go. Let's grab ourselves a vulture because we are going to start off with a little bit of salvage. So we'll grab ourselves a vulture. Now you will notice, and there's Tyree Acorn sent me a video on Discord early this afternoon. Claim times have been increased. They did mention they were going to do that, but it's not listed in the patch notes anywhere. But things for the carrack, for example, I was seeing people in chat saying that the claim time for a carrack has gone up to 50 minutes. I'm not exactly sure of the logic outside of, you know, trying to encourage people to be a little less reckless with their ships. I don't know if now's the right time to be increasing claim times. You know, I think we need to get a little bit more stability in the game, get a bunch of these core pillars in before we start, you know, piling on the punishments. Bring on the punishments. I'm super happy for that, but you know, now might be the wrong time. Not entirely sure. I've always wondered about the Tim Tam Slams ever since I saw Crouch for the first time last year. Well, it's a tradition. I never bothered to look because I live right next to Hershey's, Pennsylvania. Everything here is Hershey's chocolate. Tyree says the claim time is 90 minutes for a carrick. Stop. We still have a Atreyu keeping us active. Every 2 minutes he takes a step forward and a step back so I don't get logged off for inactivity. We better stop that.
Please visit us again.
90 minutes is incredible. In my opinion, it's to increase ship sales and relieve back-end server issues. Quite possibly, you know. I don't. If people feel the need to have to buy ships because they can't be bothered waiting for theirs, or they don't have an option, you know, they don't have, you know, more than one ship, etc. Well, that's your decision to whether you want to buy more ships or not. No one can make you. If the business wants to sell more ships, fucking good on them. I'm a capitalist. I've been since the age of 12 when I had my first business. And if they want to make money, good on them. Good morning and hi, says Scarred Citizen. Question. If Star Citizen bugs out and you have to reclaim a ship, do you lose all your upgrades or just the weapons or what? Well, it's supposed to just, at this point, give you back the ship with the upgrades and everything that you put on it. That may change in the future, but at this point, it's supposed to give you back the ship that you lost. Viv, I have one waiting in Cruel 1 if you want. I'm assuming you're talking about a carrick, but I just spawn it and hand it off or stay on to prevent despawn. Can't really play. No, we should be good, man. We should be good. We're going to be floating around here in the Vulture for most of the evening, just you know, getting in some of that gameplay. But on Fridays, when we get the Discord involved and all different sorts of shenanigans happen, those sorts of vessels are very, very useful to have.
You are clear to launch.
Scarred Citizen says, Meta, since some of the components aren't bought in a store, then they aren't covered. Yeah, I'm assuming that if you, you know, replace components on your ship, then it probably won't, you know, register those as having been purchased and therefore won't give them to you. According to the patch notes, they are removing some of the ship weapons and components from the shops already. Haven't flown around to check what all has been removed. Yeah, like they did with, why my stick's not working? What? Oh, not this. Why is nothing working? Oh boy! Are we actually... Hang on a second. Okay. Yeah, so just like they did for weapons in 3.17, I think it was, or 3.16 point something, they removed a whole bunch of... oh, because the engine's not on. I'm a professional! Let's go. I have noticed, I don't know if the ship flight has changed or if it's just, I have re-imported my bindings. Oh boy, if you haven't had a chance to check out Lorville yet, it's so lovely. Some of my keybinds are different now. It's a bit of a shame. You can only save and export your keybinds and then re-import them. You can't save all your options and then, you know, import all your options. But Lorville feels like a real city now. Let's get back a little bit. And we'll kick it out to the side. It feels like an actual city now. It feels like New Babbage. It feels like Orison. It has the proper scale. I love the smog. I've got all my settings on very high, I'm pretty sure. Let's just double check everything that I've got kicking here. Graphics, borderless, very high, high, very high. And the game is so nice. If they remove upgraded quantum drives, I may have to mail them a bag of poop. The ship is falling. Why is the ship falling? How do I get back inside the cockpit? My keybinds are all different. Yeah, the ship is not falling. But it looks like a proper city now, and a lot of these places we can visit. There's landing pads all over the place, flying down there in those trenches the other day, first 10 minutes of PTU the other day. I took a little Pisces down into that trench and was flying around, crashed pretty quickly. But, you know, and we're fairly unrestricted. Obviously flying in third person like this, we don't get much of an idea of where the zones are, and you just magically appear back in the terminal with a lovely $5,000 fine and a crime stat you've got to pay off. Oh, well, $2,000 crime stat, I should say. A $2,000 fine. But I love the clouds, man, and Area 18 has these too. It just totally changes the game. I actually struggled for the first time when I went to Area 18 and to find the spaceport because I was just so totally confused by the cloud cover, right? Let's deploy some landing gear and drop down on this pad. But, you know, we can get out here. All of this in preparation for, you know, more gameplay, more missions in the future. Player. Oh boy, that was a heavy landing. The ship is behaving so bizarrely. I don't know if that's changes to the game, which I don't think so. You can just see it's dropping by itself. Maybe because the gravity or something. Let's just turn the engines off. We'll go for a quick walk. So the plan tonight is to do a little bit of salvaging. There is an issue, and Rhino pointed it out on the Discord before, you know, looting weapons and looting components and stuff. The store terminals have an issue right now where you're not able to see the categories or the location or the search bar. So you're not able to select your ship to sell stuff from. So we'll play around and we'll pull some stuff off of some ships and just play around a little bit. But there's no point trying to... Oh, look at him put his hand up because of the light. It's windy too. Not my usual character. But normally whenever the PTU wipes or updates, they wipe it as well. But I love this. Lorville having been my home now for a while, you know, to be able to get out and explore the city, Arcadia Estates. You know, this city is big enough. Like, if they pack out these buildings, which are ginormous, with player hubs and stuff, this city could house 20 million people. No doubt. No doubt. All right, chat. Oh, boy. One thing I've noticed since 3.18 says metaphysical.1 is that I buy Panther repeaters for my Cutlass Black and the game steals them from me and I have to buy them all over again. What's all that about? I know there is a bug at the moment and it's there either in the patch notes or something where that can happen. But that certainly sounds annoying. You're right, Crouch, they removed a bunch of weapons from the shops from 3.16 to 3.17. Yeah, so we, you know, if we want these higher powered weapons, we might have to go hunting for them. Kind of like, you know, FS9s and stuff you can't buy in the stores. We're going to have to go looking for, you know, the big ship's cannons and stuff, and wonder how far we can go down here before we get chucked out. But I love the new style. They've got, you know, this sort of angular sort of motif is represented everywhere throughout the city, and it really ties everything together really nicely, especially with the gold and stuff. There's that motif there, that angled motif, and you can see it over here again in the background in this building with the gold. I love all these, you know, halos and stuff around the place. Here's a replace me ball. Hi, replace me ball. We used to have them sometimes in our software. You know, we've added something to a screen or something, and just, you know, for easy reference later on from a development perspective, and they just don't get removed when a build goes out live. But now, kind of like the roof, it's hella windy up here, I can't walk properly. Just like the rooftops at Area 18, we can explore all of this stuff now. It's still an armistice zone, so we can't, you know, do any FPS or anything on these buildings. And hopefully Area 18 gets the same sort of love. I've finally been able to actually play in person. I cancelled my CPU RMA not sure what that means. I did some more checks, and it's the cooler. New one should be here next week. That's awesome. Exciting. Super exciting. Scud Citizen replies to Metaphysical. Eventually, when ship insurance comes into play, you will only get the hull back. Upgrades removed. CIG has talked about other premium insurance options. Yeah, that's super exciting. You know, I totally expect them to have different sorts of insurance. It's going to take us 5 minutes to climb up these steps because it's so windy. Look how slow he's going. Hi, Julio. How are you? Careful. Yesterday, Subliminal found server despawns. Ooh. Jason the Bruce says, YouTube betrayed me and didn't start the autoplay. Shakes fist. No, this is the wrong way. We want to go up. Oh, it's too windy going up. I like how these stairs are slightly bent and stuff, and, you know, the city's not pristine. It's sort of been here for a long time. I love all this pollution and the atmosphere. It just looks proper now. You know, rather than that flatness that we had with that giant building, the one you can see over the rise here at the top of the stairs. And it said 15 seconds, 14 seconds, and gone. Yeah, CIG can't count. If that happened to my Cuddy Black tool. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button, says Scud Citizen. Thank you so much. And whilst we continue to naff around here before we actually get into some salvage and stuff, welcome. My name is Viv, aka Crouch. I stream on Twitch and YouTube 4 days a week, Mondays, Wednesday, which is where we are, Friday and Saturdays at 9 p.m. UTC. I do appreciate those people who follow me on Twitch. If you're watching over there and you don't follow at the moment, go ahead and click that follow button. You can always unfollow if you like. And over there on YouTube, you can click that like button or subscribe. And again, you can click either of those buttons in the future if you know, don't wish to continue subscribing to the channel, or you don't actually like my streams. Either option is wonderfully appreciated. And if you're just chilling out there in the background and you've got really nothing to pop in the chat, go ahead and stick an emoji in there. That helps with YouTube's engagement algorithm. So if you've got nothing to say, but you just want to help the channel out, if you want to help a brother out, stick an emoji in the chat. Yeah, I have noticed when I've been flying around, the impounding is almost instant. Almost instant. In my opinion, says the Acator, it would be better to add a new exciting ship weapons that do cool stuff than you find Rater move from stores. That you find rarer ones moved from stores. Look, no doubt there'll be huge amounts of stuff coming. It is frustrating when they make changes like that. You know, the FS9 has been my preferred weapon for ages. And the fact that I couldn't buy them in stores anymore was super frustrating. But, you know, I got used to it, and I actually, you know, now I enjoy going out for a hunt to restock, you know, my collection of FS9s. It's the wind blowing the ship around. This is a ridiculous idea, because we're going to destroy this vulture down here. And then we're going to have to claim it. This is going to take 9 minutes. Approach with caution. But the fact that we can fly around now, explore the city, there's so many land. I've seen a few videos now. Obviously, you know, when 319 was hot off the press, everybody had their videos up on YouTube. Everyone was exploring, you know, Lorville and so many places to see stuff. And I really haven't gone around to all the places yet. Just been flying around the CBD a little bit. But it's huge and it's massive. So good. Freelancer comes to mind, the gas field in that one system that had really powerful special weapons. I might go salvage a Freelancer, we'll see what happens. Oh, Motherfig joined us in the chat. Hello everyone. How are you, Motherfig? Thanks for tuning in. The original Privateer had a mission line where you eventually found a big bada boom alien weapon. It was pretty cool. Mission advancement, I'm really looking forward to that sort of stuff. Whoa, look at the size of this thing. I wonder if that's some big vent or if it lights up at night. Like, Lorville at night is completely different. It looks so good. So good. You know, it looks like a proper city now. All that smog, the cloud cover. big cranes and stuff everywhere. Obviously, they've increased the size of the city. Look at that industrial district over there. They've increased the size of the city, so the ocean is closer now too. Look at this little outpost down here. Maybe some possibility for future missions and stuff. And all right, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Cruise control on. Let's reach for the stars. Good vibes. Thank you, Proper Elite. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're well. You're having a wonderful day. In Con 42, they said they will have different stats and sounded like a few new ones. Not for 0.19, in my opinion, but they the devs sounded like they are hiding cool stuff. They're no doubt hiding cool stuff. They're always hiding cool stuff. Stuff that's either not ready or stuff that relies on, other dependencies. But there's cool stuff sitting there. Like the racetracks, which they just dropped without telling anyone. It would just appear in the next patch. What? Actual racetracks from CIG. We know they know about that stuff. And done super quickly, in their spare time. Some of the devs were like, we can make some of these racetracks. I'll do it in my spare time. I'll grab some assets and chuck them in there. We'll get some lighting guys on. And they made a racetrack in their spare time. And then obviously their manager's like, yep, cool. Do more, we'll put them in. So they've definitely got some cool stuff. I need to watch the Con 42 video. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. Skeet says, I had to run to the store to fuel the wife's car, but I'm back. Welcome back. How's the FPS performance for you on Lorville 2.0, says Schlagshane. I'm going to butcher your name every single time. Well, let's get back in the cockpit. Let's fire up some stats. So we're kicking it just below 30 frames, which is not normal, but, for me right now, it's acceptable for the first implementation of the city. They need to gather some data, obviously, to maximize their performance. So, we'll slowly, steadily see that increase over time. But, 30 frames right now in comparison to how some of Star Citizen performs is not too bad. So we're getting 30 frames on my end and 15 on the server. All right. New contracts in the contract manager. Exciting. So we get these salvage options now from this company, Arcadia Holdings. Sadly, I haven't noticed that there's any rep for this company just yet. But I have noticed, obviously we had a wipe since the last update. It starts you with some of these smaller ships. And then once you complete some of these contracts, you start getting bigger ones. So these cost money, 1,000 AUEC, 1,000 AUEC, 1,000, 1,000. Once you do one of these, then you'll see others pop up that are worth, 10 grand or 20 grand for bigger ships. There are some problems with the system at the moment. The personal tab has other missions in there for salvage. These are, risky Drake Cutlass Black salvage job. This one costs 10,000. And this is open to other people. We get a time limit, 30 minutes until security gets there. Then we're going to have a fight. In the wake of a disaster, this one's 150 grand. You would have seen these already on other people's streams or videos and stuff. It's super exciting. So if you've got a crew together, a couple of people to run, security. This is a battlefield with who knows how many ships there, but at 150 grand, it's going to be good, right? You want to take your, 2 reclaimers out there and, 2 or 3 security guys. 30 FPS, I better get better. Just upgraded my GPU. Well, I'm running on a 3070. So if that gives you any indication, I'm getting 30 frames on a 3070, and I don't optimize my computer. I just turn it on and play. Not really a tech person. I'm sure there's things that I could do to, I know that you can overclock a 3070. I know that my CPU can be overclocked, but I just turn it on and press play. Frame times and lows are better, so it's low, but kind of smooth, stable for 30 FPS. Look, I'm happy with it. Metaphysical says, I had a great time in the PU today. Sans XT, smooth server performance between 7 and 11 FPS. But after about an hour and a half, it started to get booked, so I quit for the day. I haven't been back into the PU since the PTU dropped, but we'll be back in there on Friday for the Discord stream. And, messing about. Can't wait to see what the difference is now that Xenothread is gone. Let's go salvage one of these things. So first thing, obviously this will hopefully change. these ships will take you to a Lagrange point. You can see here Mech L3, Arc L5, Her L3, Crew L1, etc. It seems that multiple vessels spawn for multiple players at this same location. So it is entirely possible where I might accept this contract for Crew L1, and by the time I get there, somebody else will already be there salvaging their claim, and then they can salvage my claim at the same time, and then, you know, there's a fight, right? So I'm going to have a look and see where these closest ones are. Her L3, this is expiring at 55 seconds. This one's at 12 minutes. So where's Mech L3? It's quite a long way away. It's on completely the other side of the planet, all the way over here. Because what I'm thinking is I'm going to fly on the way to this location. Arc L5 might be a good one, actually. Well, that's on the other side over here. Oh, no, it's on the right-hand side. No, 1, 2, 5's on the left. Okay, it's a long way away. They're all a long way away. So let's head over this way, set route, and we'll get out into orbit. Let's get into orbit first. What I'm thinking, or what I'm hoping to achieve, is, you know, I want to accept this contract at the last possible minute. Oh, Jesus, 35 million kilometers. They don't give you anything close. And there's no upgraded, you know, quantum drive in this ship at the moment. Let's go. My keybinds are all different. So we're going to head out to this location, and I want to accept that contract at the last possible minute, because I don't want my ship to spawn there and give somebody else the opportunity to salvage it before I get a chance to get there. I'm just hoping that this salvage contract remains in my Hergefinger, what's this called? My contract manager while I'm on the way there. So I got 5 minutes before this contract expires. And I'm just hoping it doesn't disappear from the contract manager while I'm on the way there. Because that'd suck. So I'm hoping, you know, we can fly to this location, get as close as we possibly can, and then activate my mission, which should then stream in that ship, and it'll give me time to get there and, you know, fight off anybody who's there. Or happened to Jack Axton. Yeah, I saw him. Got a crime stat for shooting a thief. I guess it wasn't a thief. Well, you know, if you shoot somebody else, you get crime stat, right? For aggravated assault. And if you blow up the ship, then you get vehicle charge. And then if you kill them, homicide. So kind of like the UGFs used to be, where it would immediately spawn another mission while you were still at the bunker, and somebody else could be arriving while you're still trying to get out, and then, you know, there's a meeting engagement, right? What happens? Normally it's shoot on sight, right? So it caused a bunch of problems for people. Now we have those 15-minute timers, so it doesn't spawn a new mission at that location for that 15 minutes. So you've got time to run around, do your thing, get in your ship, take off, and then, you know, the game would open up that location for another mission. That's also something that they've changed here. Difficult to test, but, you know, we'll see it progressively as we move forward. The density manager has been updated again, and this will be an ongoing process of balancing out that tool. That as soon as a location or UGF is streamed out, it wipes the whole location of all weapons, all guards, anything that's dropped on the ground by the mission, except player dropped stuff. So no more running into a bunker and there already been dead bodies on the ground. No more running into a bunker and there's 30 weapons on the ground, which is kind of disappointing if you're a loot goblin like I am. But the bunkers will now reset themselves completely when it's streamed out. They need to do the same thing here with these missions. There should only be one salvage claim at a location. And when, you know, that mission is active, it shouldn't spawn another one at that location until the mission is either completed or cancelled from your contract manager. That does cause some complications if you just hold on to the contracts, because you can claim these, go strip 75% of the ship, and if you don't strip the other 25% of the ship, the mission still remains active in your contract manager and you still get a mission marker for it. You can go back whenever you want. Obviously, in the meantime, someone else can come along and finish stripping that ship. So there's some iterations they need to make on this mission type, because it's frustrating, right? When you get there, you know, I know that I did it the other night when we were chilling out in Discord. You know, I'd get to my salvage claim and it's got a marker, mission marker, right? And there'd be another ship there, and I'm quickly going to go scrape that other ship first. and then come back and scrape mine. Should equip distortion weapons. Disable the guy and salvage his ship. You got a CS3, but the contract said exclusive, so he should be trespassing. Well, the issue is it spawns another ship for him in the same location, and you can identify the difference between the ships, right? Because yours has a mission marker and the other one doesn't. So the one that doesn't have the mission marker isn't part of your contract. It's just in the same location. But there's nothing to stop you from stripping that ship, right? So maybe the solution is if they want multiple people to be in the same place and salvaging at the same time to enable player interaction, then as soon as I start stripping the other ship, I should be charged with a crime, right? You know, it's theft. And it's easy to tell the difference. Yours has a mission marker and the other one doesn't. Might be confusing the crime stat with subliminal, but I think Jack got both assault and homicide. Depends on what you do to the other player, right? And if you blow up, if you shoot at a claim that's not yours, you get a crime stat. You can destroy your own salvage, that's not a problem. I've done that, you know, 51 seconds. Okay, let's claim this. How close are we? Okay, we're gonna put this to the wire. 40 seconds. So I've done that. I tested that when I was milling around in Discord the other day, on Tuesday. If you shoot at someone else's claim, you get a crime stat, CS2. If you shoot at your own salvage, no crime stat. And you need to be careful around these ships. You will see when we get there. 21 seconds, let's claim this. Super quick, love it. You can bump these ships, right? And then they just start drifting in space. And then, you know, then you've got to go chasing them down. All right, so there's our claim, 10 million kilometers away. We've still got a couple of minutes before we get there. Only had one ship. Yep. Who was I watching? It wasn't Jack. It was Space Shorts. And he had the same thing, rocked up to his claim and somebody else was already salvaging it. So we'll see how they iterate on this as the PTU moves forward. But if you've had a chance to log into the PTU and you've ducked down to Area 18, the Invictus lobby is all set up this year. Both DefenseCon, the Drake Expo, and Invictus Launch Week are over at Area 18. The whole place looks amazing. There's loads of new signs, there's new train lines, there's new exhibition halls, and obviously, you know, we can't go inside at the moment, though I did see someone on someone's chat saying the DefenseCon is open, you can go inside, but when I've been there, that's not the case. But there's signs there for Invictus Launch Week, 19th of May. So that is when Invictus will be happening. So they need to get this PTU out before that. Well, obviously in Wave 1, depends on how we go, there is a big list of known bugs or known issues. There's also a big list of fixes. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Wave 2 sometime, maybe even as early as this weekend. I don't know if they'll do the usual Wave 1, Wave 2, and then Wave 3 open PTU and Wave 3, or if they'll just do Wave 1 and straight to Wave 3, or, you know, enable, you know, public access for Wave 2. But they have a time limit now. 19th of May is Invictus Launch Week. Get your wallets ready. Slash has joined us over on Twitch. How are you, my friend? 07's captain. 07's to you, crewman. 'Twas next to a point, so station started firing. Oh boy, tip, you can use another ship's remains to shield yourself. Yeah, it's good fun. You know, I did a few of these, one successfully and the others, you know, I had a nice haul of stuff when I landed back at Lorville, but the clowns there destroyed my ship when they were trying to store that. That is also a fixed issue in the patch notes. Again, difficult to test, though the patch notes do give a little bit of indication about how that perhaps might have happened, so it can, I guess, be tested. You know, we need to take everything that they say, you know, with a grain of salt. You still need to cycle the quantum drive when you're coming into one of these Lagrange points. When it spools up on it, it will just deactivate it the first time, so I always cycle my quantum drive. Get a little bit of cool down, there we go. let's lock onto this properly so we've got a point for our salvage. So I've only noticed them spawning about the Lagrange points. I don't know what the reasoning behind that is. They don't have a quantum marker, so perhaps that's the reason. It would be cool if the coordinates they gave you had a quantum marker, then they could pop them out anywhere really, and that avoids this congestion, so to speak. Did I just get demoted to crewman? Guess I'm selling my ships. Yeah, my bad. Well, you put 07 captain, so you know. I don't see you standing here. Alright, there's our claim over there. So there's no quantum point, so we need to go here under main thrusters. It would be nice if they made these a quantum location. That way, not only does it provide the tech for them to enable a quantum location on a ship, which we already have, right? You can quantum to a party member. But it means that they can spawn these anywhere, really. And perhaps that's what the battle, you know, these other missions are. If we jump back into the contract manager, under the personal tab where things get even more risky. Oh, we can't see it here. In the wake of disaster, I think that mission is called. There's a battle that's happened, so multiple ships. Maybe those ones are in deep space rather than located right next to a Lagrange point. Now, I do a really great job of crashing into these ships, so we just start slowing down real early. You know, you're moving so quickly in space, it's deceptive. Okay, can only see one chevron, which means nobody else is here, which is nice. And it means that there's only one claim. The Aegis Eclipse. That's what we're here for. You can see the remaining salvage has a full blue bar, which means no one else has started gobbling this ship up. We'll stick our braid on. I don't really know the difference too much between a braid and cinch, but I just know that I just constantly use the abrade and everyone suggests using the abrade. Now we want to be careful. I want to be careful at this ship. A, that we don't bump it like this, and B, that we don't fire our thrusters against it. Because otherwise we're going to blow it through space and it's going to drift away. And they're 19 meters away. We're just going to strip this off. My sticks are being a little sticky. Brainy's joined us in the chat. Hello everyone, how y'all doing today? I am doing well, my friend. I'm doing well. We are out here. We're going to salvage some of these components. Then we're going to try and jump inside this ship. We're going to see if we can unlock its item ports. There's now a keybind now in the first 319.0. There was a keybind, but it wasn't bound in 319.0A, the update now. They've set a default keybind of right, alt, and K. So you don't need to look through your inner thought menu anymore. You can just use alt K to unlock item ports. But I love the concept of these missions. I love the whole idea of them. I think as we go through and they iterate on the concept, they'll improve the issues. Primarily the biggest one being that other players or other salvage claims spawn in the same location. God, I love salvaging. It's just such a chill experience. And when I was on Discord, I was hanging out with Tred and Dutchman, and Acorn was there. And Tred was saying, he was having really good success with finding panels out in space in his reclaimer, which we struggled with a great deal last week, finding panels out in space. But he was pinging, and the RS signatures were coming back in multiples of 2,000, which is a promising sign. So maybe we'll have a bit of a float around at some stage. We've got 4 hours here at After Dark on a Wednesday to play around. I am super tired. I've really got to stop, watching YouTube after the stream or jumping into Discord or and get to bed at a proper time. So you can see that salvage bar is slowly decreasing. You do it right. Never line your vector with the salvage or rock. Yeah, I learnt that a long time ago. You know, and I'm really bad with the cruise control. Really bad with the cruise control. Always forget to turn it off. So these ships apparently are flyable. I was seeing in Global earlier on that people were saying they can actually get into these ships, they can power them up and they can fly them away. So I'm expecting that to be patched as we move forward. It is kind of fun because in the mission it tells you the reason the ship is being salvaged, which I think is a nice little touch. Here. Cause of accident, combat! Yeah, I think that's fun. Main thruster burnout, or, you know, there's different reasons, right? And I think that, you know, this, I don't think it has any relevance to the mission, but it's just a nice little touch about why is this ship out here. It helps add to the story, right? Check for weapons storage. I haven't seen any weapons yet, but I found cargo in the ships that have cargo. I did an Andromeda last night, and there were 2 crates of cargo in the back. So we took those, I took its weapons, and then that vulture was destroyed by the Lorville clowns when they were trying to store my ship. And the first time I went out, I didn't have a multi-tool, you know, like a numpty. I was like, no, let's just get out there. Always bring a multi-tool. Even though you can make them in these machines, you know, a multi-tool costs 280 credits or something. Or if you make it from this machine here, it costs you 10. One of the greatest things they've added. Left click the mouse and it holds onto the box. It's so much better, so much better. And rotating things around now works on a locking angle. So if you hold your R key, you can rotate. But it clicks now. Click, 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 which they've needed to do so that players can properly align components to put into a ship. So rotating these boxes, you know, you can just free spin it, right? But you see it stops. Previously, when you free rotated something, held down your R key and, you know, wave your mouse around, the box would just spin, right? But now it locks to an angle, which is amazing. So this is super nice. Very, very pleasant quality of life change that you can just click onto something, click, and it grabs it. And now you don't have to click it with your mouse and then use your middle finger for the scroll wheel and stuff. It's amazing. BJ has joined us in the chat. How are you? Looks like it's working. Well, we'll see. There we go. Get a little bit of salvage left on this ship. I have noticed that the salvage indicator isn't 100% correct, because I think by the time there seems to be more salvage on the ship than what that indicator represents. But once I gobble through that indicator, the contract completes itself. I can still continue to salvage stuff until the ship's completely stripped. So whilst it looks like we might get 3 SEU out of this ship, we might be able to squeeze a little bit more out of it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Somebody else's ship has arrived. A MISC-reliant course. So somebody else will be here shortly to come and salvage their claim. I will leave that for them. I won't strip that, but that somebody else has had a mission spawn in this area, right? And they are on their way. And if they were like me, who had to travel 30 million kilometers to get here, or 25 million, or however far we flew to get here, it's going to take time, right? So if I'm already here, it shouldn't spawn another one. Because, you know, I'm close to being done with this ship. I could just start stripping the other one, right? And so when he gets here, or like what happened to Dutch, we were on the same server and I was on a claim, finished salvaging mine. Another ship was there, so I started salvaging it. And then Dutch was like, did you just salvage a ship at blah, blah, blah? And I was like, yep. He's like, because my contract just completed. I'm in Quantum on the way there and the contract just completed. So that's a bit rotten. Contract complete. But you can still see there's a little bit of salvage left on this ship, and, you know, I'll spend my time making sure that I've stripped everything off of this ship. You know, we spent a long time to get here. We've only got 2 SEU out of it. This cost us 1,000. So those 2 boxes of SEU of RMC will be able to sell for, you know, 14.5 grand or whatever it is. Now we could at this point jump into this ship and try and pinch its weapons. All right, there's nothing left on this. We've gobbled it. We need to be aware of that other ship. It's up there. So we could try and steal the weapons of this ship. I'm not exactly sure where they are. And I am conscious of that guy popping in here at some stage and going, there's someone already there, and just opening fire on me. I don't really want to deal with that right now. I got my salvage. The contract's complete. There's nothing left on this. Let's get out of here before that guy comes along and says, what are you doing, buddy? There's a chill stream tonight as we explore and discover these new features in Star Citizen 319 in the PTU. Let's head over into this station over here. And we'll see if we can pick up another contract that's close by. Nothing is preventing me from stripping that other ship. You know, if they just made it a crime, then that would solve the issue. You could have multiple players in the same location stripping ships. And, you know, I don't think you'd have many problems outside of the big battlefields where that PvP is sort of, you know, the point of those sorts of locations. If they just made it a crime to salvage someone else's claim, I think you'd see this be okay. Slashers, I found my first salvage for the first time in like 2 weeks out in the yellow fields. Yeah, as I was saying, Trid said he's found a bunch of stuff out there, panels and stuff. It's just a hull. Yep, that's all we're stripping at him. Is just the hull. You know, we could get inside there, but maybe we'll do that with some of the bigger ships. Get closer. I'm really wary of being closer because the ships can move very, very easily, and once you bump that ship, it's gone. And now you're chasing it forever, trying to salvage it. Starstreams has joined us up, Crouch. Yay, some background sounds for plasterboarding. Man, the Star Shed is looking great. Good luck with those higher panels. Good luck with those higher panels. What's Adam saying here? Between 300 and 1k, depending on where you buy. What's that for? Missed something. The new spin is going to help me clean up stations so much faster. If you don't want the ship to float off, and you can power them on, but you could fire it up and turn on the engines. Yeah, that's a good point. You can get inside the ships and turn them on. Or this is why a reclaimer clause need to work. Yeah, so you can grab onto something. I'm assuming when we get the munching, it'll grab onto those ships and, you know, be able to hold onto it as it's pulling bits off and feeding itself. Wow, 15 likes on YouTube. Thank you, everyone. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. I really appreciate you choosing to spend some of your time with me here as we explore some of these new things in Star Citizen. There is also a new mission, a new PvP location up at Ghost Hollows. I'm sure you've all heard about it, which sounds super exciting. Basically, you need to go out there. Are any of these near me? Of course they're not going to be. Why would they be? I wish they would fix this. I did jump onto the issue council early this afternoon. Yes, I got my full nerd on. And went and posted up again about this hoo-ha. But that new mission type, that PvP mission up at Ghost Hollows, I'm sure you've heard about it. It's going to be super exciting. It's a multi-step thing. Someone needs to bring the comm array down around Microtech, so I can see Microtech being lawless for a long time to come, because once that happens, it activates a terminal, apparently. Haven't had a chance to go there. Maybe we'll do that on Friday, or, you know, at some stage we can get a bunch of people into the PTU. It activates a terminal down at the Ghost Hollows Reclaimer Rec site that, instead of spewing out drugs like the Jumptown mission does, it's an ATM and spews out AUEC. And so you can just have people there claiming AUEC from the terminal. As long as that comlink is down, it activates the machine. And I'm assuming on some sort of timer, it says, you know, 5,000 credits are available, withdraw. 5,000 credits are available, withdraw. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays, right? Because Jumptown, you can run multiple people there. Each person can run off with their little packets of maize and stuff. But if there's just one terminal there spitting out AUEC, only one person's getting that. So it'd be interesting to check that out at some stage. But that's super exciting. Let's have a look. How far are we going to have to travel? Arc L5. Are we already at Arc L5? We are, and there's a Cutlass Black here. Cause of accident, attacked by Outlaw Pack. That's her L5. Cutlass Black, let's grab this one. Asteroid collision, this is going to cost us 20,000. Let's claim this. Where are you? It's at the same location. So we'll see what happens. We'll get back there. I wonder if the Reliant Core is still there. Maybe it's in a different section of this Lagrange point. We call it drywall in the US. We call it plasterboard as well in Australia. Most in the EU call it drywall. UK is just a bit weird. Well, a bit weird like us Aussies. We call it plasterboard. And I'm super bad at approaching stuff in space. It's so totally deceptive how fast you're moving. And I'm also hyper aware of crashing into things. So we've got 2 SCU on board. That cost us 1,000. This one cost us 20,000 for a Cutlass Black. But that's because it could have cargo on it. Let's go aboard and see what's on there. It's going to have weapons, but you know, we can't take the weapons. Well, we can take the weapons, but it's kind of pointless, right? Because we can't sell them. Oh God. All right, let's not bump this shit at all. Let's go aboard and see what's there. Maybe it's got cargo in its hold. So we'll definitely take that cargo if it's there. Great, an ATM for bots to stand at. That ATM cash point will be a murder house. It's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be brutal. We'll see how that evolves. Do I have a helmet on? Oh fuck, I don't. I was gonna say fuck it. Let's not worry about it. But I should have checked it. I should have checked it. Lucky we had it in our backpack, right? Oh boy! All right, let's have a look. Hammerhead gives 240k just for the guns. Wow. That's amazing. Or the components too. I've totally forgot about the components. Oh, there's some cargo here. It's just floating in here. Oh boy! Oh, we're upside down. Oh, there's gravity in this ship? That's a bit strange. All right, well, let's throw this out into space. I don't know what it is. I wish it would tell you on here. I guess you more experienced cargo people would know from the colors and stuff, but, you know, I don't understand why they... Well, maybe I just... What number does that say? It's the same. 408-9267. 408-9267. That could be the consignment number. Who knows? Let's throw that out here. Let's throw this out here. I just love the fact that you can just click on stuff now. And, you know, you don't need to, you know, hold the left mouse button down. That's super annoying. What this obviously is going to do is going to limit the amount of space that we've got for RMC, right? So I kind of want to know what this cargo is before I decide to take up a spot that's going to earn me 7 grand, right? But in the interest of science and PTU testing, we'll grab this stuff. So the tractor beam now has a couple of different options. If you right click on it, you can see it says detachment at the top right. And if you press your B key, let's turn that off. If you press the B key, it changes to traversal. So this is exactly what I was carrying on about when we did those Gundo missions. The tractor beam needs different modes. And, you know, because Chris and I go way back, kind of like Star and Chris, you know, he's got a red phone, which I'm a bit disappointed about. I don't know why I don't have one. You know, he was saying, you know, I'm going to put this in for you, Crouch, because I saw that stream where you were having a hell of a time at Gundo. And yeah, it's totally a good idea to have, you know, options for the tractor tool. So that was nice of him. Really appreciate it. Oh! So we'll drop this in here. And we'll go arrange them neatly on our grid. Just being, it's such a quality of life thing, right? It's a small little thing. But just being able to click on something and grab it and not have to do this stupid little thing with your mouse. You started taking an oxy pen with you, Adam? Yep. Yep. You know, I jump out into space way too often. All right, let's go see. Right now, where are the weapons on a Cutlass Black? They're at the top up here. So you'll notice right now I can't grab any of this, right? Nothing's been highlighted, but if I go in the ship and I would jump into the pilot seat, look at these landings, I'm getting good at that. It still does yeet you out into space sometimes when you're leaving out a door into 0G and your whole body twists around like a madman. I have noticed it being a little bit smoother, which is nice to see because that sort of jankiness is bad. So apparently we can fire this ship up. Maybe we can't now. No, I can't fire the ship up. So right Alt and K unlocks the ship ports. Unlocked! All right, let's go. Scan the wreck to know the cargo. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Adam says the stream just restarted for me. Excellent. Watch it from the beginning and give me those extra few minutes. So I have noticed that when you jump out into space, it doesn't yeet you around so much anymore, which is lovely. All right, let's get this tool out. And you'll notice now the ports highlight, right? And what does it say there? It's on a weird angle. It tells me it's a CF337 Panther repeater. And we can just grab it, yank the mouse and it pulls it off. Yank. And then we can move this around. Go stick it in our ship, which at this stage is still a bit weird for me, you know, just these things lolling about in the back of the ship. But sadly, so if we hold down that right button, the R key, and use our mouse to rotate this around, see how it locks on sort of those angles, which make it super easy to position things now, which is another nice little thing. I really hope this will carry over PU with less lag because it's been a disaster so far. Yeah, it has been super bad. Yeah, okay. Okay, in this update, the 319.0a, they added a default keybind to unlocking item ports, which makes it just a little bit easier. Look for the quantum drive for us. Let's go have a look. So I don't know which ships have accessible components because not all of them do, right? And we're only limited to size 2 components at this stage. Where are the components in a Cutlass Black? Down the back here, I'm assuming? No, that's a chair. Does it have accessible components, component housing? Let's turn that stupid torch off. Does it have components that you can look at? I don't think the Cutlass Drake does, right? Because it's such an old ship. Live will be an insane FFA PvP for components now. Yeah, it's going to be, you know, all of these things are changing the game completely. You know, they're opening up entire new gameplay loops. If they give us quantum beacons or the ability to purchase a quantum beacon from the shop, and you know, my suggestion is allow us to buy a quantum beacon. It comes in one of those boxes you can carry, or kind of like the satellites that you can deploy. It's a box, you carry it, you go out into space and you activate it, and then a little satellite deploys. It's kind of cool. And if they give us those and be able to buy them for a time limit, you know, 10 grand for a quantum beacon that lasts for 20 minutes and then it turns off and the density manager cleans it up, or a quantum beacon that lasts for, you know, 6 hours that costs, you know, 100 grand or whatever. That would be a wonderful way to implement it, because then people can go out there, deploy those quantum beacons, boop, boop, the little probe deploys. It's active once you deploy it for however long you've purchased it to be active for. And then after that, it shuts down. And then when you leave the area, the game streams it out. Super simple and can be done now. They don't need any new tech to make that happen. I wonder if you can put it in an SCU crate. No, you can't pick up any of those things. Tyree says, just below the component housing panel, there was blue stuff lighting up. All right, let's go have a look. Oh, they're the seats. The jump seats. Yeah, I don't think the Drake has accessible component. Here's the component housing and we can't access it. So maybe if we can find a ship that has components that are accessible, we can pop some of those out and and have a bit of a play. All right, let's start salvaging before another ship turns up. But yes, otherwise we can grab these things. Let's put it back on the ship, right? You can see that yellow dot has turned up. It's indicating where it can be put. So now we can get closer to this. And we got to orientate it, right? Which is why we need that clicking ability. Oh, we're a little bit too close. Let's turn it around this way. We get closer. And then click. Oh, we didn't get close enough. Oh, it's tricky. Oh, you gotta be spot on, right? Okay. Which way does it go? This way. It's tricky to get this in the right orientation, hey? What am I doing? Clicking here, and then we're holding... Oh, it goes this way. Right. This way. No? What is the other one? Oh, other way. Rotate it around. Oh boy! So we got to rotate it this way. There we go. It's gone green. Snap it on, boy! What's that? A Scorpion G2 Gatling gun. So it takes a little bit of, naffing to put that back on there. But that's super exciting. Super exciting. So now we need to know what ships have component compartments. Makes things even more interesting. Well, now you're going to have to board a ship to investigate, right? And eventually you'll learn that, right? And, they keep on talking about Star Citizen being a skill-based game. And this is one of those skills you develop is, knowing which ships are worth, checking out, i.e. does the Cutlass Black have a cargo storage, which it does. And, we went and had a look. Which ships have a components, accessible components and all that sort of stuff. And you could put it on yours. No, yeah, we could if it's the same size. But, so now you're going to have to learn because COG doesn't do a very good job of telling you any information. It tells me that this is a CF337 Panther repeater, but that's it. I can't find out any other information about this. It's really up to me to know that information, whether this CF337 Panther repeater, which I'm pretty sure is a size 2 weapon, will go on my ship over here. Now, the Vulture has size 2 weapons, or are they size 1? I have to unlock my item ports to change them out. I don't even know where they are on a Vulture. Maybe underneath the cabin. But that's super exciting. It's in a whole nother entire game loop that is ready to be explored. Oh God. I'm getting yeeted around. Oh my God. Am I standing up? What's going on? Oh, I have noticed now that they've added this little platform here as part of the ship. Because beforehand you had to try and float in through this door. But now, you stand up on this little platform here, which is nice to see. In we go. Let's salvage this Cuddy Black. 100% salvage remaining. We've got 2 SCU on board. Julio's headed off. See you later. Hope back to work. Good luck. Hope you have fun at work. Thank you so much. Corsair. I think newer Drake all have them. Look around your own Vulture. Yeah, I'll do that later on. A Vanguard too. Not sure you want to take on a PvP Vanguard. I don't want to take on any PvP. I have also noticed, I don't know if this is an update or something, but I've been interdicted 3 times now. And not just the normal get interdicted and there's nobody there and you just keep going. I've been interdicted on all 3 occasions by a Mantis and 3 fighters. And when you're by yourself in a Vulture, you got to kill that Mantis first, right? So you can try and jump away because there's no way you can kill all 4 of them. And it has not survived once. And I've loved every minute of it. I've always said, well, I've said many times, there needs to be more NPC interaction in space. Because otherwise, you can just be jumping around and flying around everywhere. And But that's brutal now, right? And on all three of those occasions, that has happened when I've been traveling to one of these salvage claims. I don't think it makes too much of a difference. You know, I can't see anything here that says optimal, kind of like you'd see optimal. You'd see optimal when you're mining and stuff. I don't see anything here that says optimal. And I bumped this ship, so it's slowly floating away from me now. That could just be my sticks getting a bit sticky. So I don't think you just need to be within that distance to target, right? And you know, I don't know if the extraction rate is higher or we're moving around now. We've got a bit of naffing going on. I think maybe because I'm using my reverse thrusters, it's blowing the ship away, which just seems a little bit strange. It could also be my sticks being annoying. Carrack has all rhinos on it. Yeah, so right now we're restricted to size 2 components. I think that's because, you know, the tractor beam that we have access to right now is probably not, you know, strong enough to carry a larger component, which seems strange, especially, you know, you can pull off size 5 weapons and all that sort of stuff. Crouch, you masochist. Now I think that that points to the Vulture needing better cannons. I don't even know where they are. I don't even know what it has on it. I'm super, you know, just casual, right? Filthy casual. My ability to retain information is not good. But it's nice to stand up for a change, especially while we're out here in space. Especially with this lo-fi. Get my wiggle on. So it's already done one box right and spat it out, which I didn't notice. So we might have gobbled up a bunch of RMC that we couldn't actually store. It's about to spit out the next one. There she goes, obstructed. Yeah, so that ship is now moving. Game just got way slower with all that extra stuff to do, but way more interesting. The game is always going to be slow. It's going to get even slower. Which is why I have my character in Lorville who runs around and shouts at people for running. One day they'll realise that, you know, you won't be able to do that, right? So train yourself now, because as your physical state continues to be introduced, running even for a short distance is going to be a problem. And they've talked about that, running becoming a stat, right? The more you run, the better you'll get at it. But until you train your running, you're just not going to be able to like pinky everywhere. You're going to be in for a terrible experience. And then more bitching and moaning. Why can't I run everywhere? I mean, rushing stuff kind of loses the meaning now. Yeah, 100%. All right, that ship looks like it's stopped moving, which is nice. Thank you, Stream Elements. If you're watching and you haven't subscribed so far, 15 likes on YouTube. Thank you so much. We've got 4 viewers out on Twitch. Thank you. And 17 on YouTube. It is a must-see-on. If you haven't clicked that like button, go ahead and click it for me now if you are enjoying the stream. And if you're not enjoying the stream, then you're probably not watching. So if you are watching, click the like button. And if you're not liking the stream, tell me why. So I can improve my skills. Oh shit, my foot is cramping. We might need to sit down in a minute. Oh boy. Yeah, your thrusters, many ships are running away now when you get near it. Yep. Yeah, you got to be careful. You got to move around slowly. Pay attention to what you're doing. Yeah, so we'll try and jump in the next ship and try and fire it up, because I did see in Global, although that was yesterday, before the point A patch, that you could fire up these ships and fly them away. So that might have been fixed in this in the point A patch. It's ships running away. I mean, it's fun though, says a brain. I mean, like doing a bounty now, you go exit ship and look for what is valuable instead of blitzing stuff. Yeah, exactly. You know, it gives you the reason now to soft death the ship and then go, okay, you know, let's go have a look. And if the dude in there is still alive after the soft death, then you get to fight him. I have soft death ships and then you go in and have a look and there's just nobody there. On the bigger ships where you've got, you know, space to move around and stuff, it'd be cool to soft death an NPC and then board his ship and he's in there ready to fight you, right? That'd be amazing. And I'm sure at some point we'll get that. Yeah, super exciting, man. Lots of obviously reasons to grumble and groan, but you know, as I always say, I'd rather be happy and excited than pissed off and angry, because it's too easy to be pissed off and angry at loads of different sorts of stuff, right? Typically Melbourne drivers. Uh-oh, are we super close? We are. It's deceptive again how, you know, close you can be to these ships. That's just a skill issue. Get good. Alright, so we've stripped off 2 boxes so far. Or almost 3 actually, because the first box was full. So this cost us 20 grand. Now sadly, we got the storage out of it, but sadly we can't take any of the guns. And so people seem to be saying that the guns are worth half, 50% of the retail value. So if you know what the value of these weapons are, then you get a good idea of, you know, what it's going to be worth. And, you know, up in chat, who was saying before that the weapons from a Redeemer or something is worth 178 grand or something. You know, that's pretty good money. So this is exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the mining when that comes in. The mining balance. I haven't seen anything about mining missions, but they have spoke about it. That'll be interesting and cool to see. Keen to investigate the persistence of mining stuff, right? Because now that I know how to navigate to a point on any moon or planet and write down its coordinates and come back anytime I want, I mean, it'd be interesting to see if I find a nice cluster of 15 Hadanite, for example, if I can, you know, write down the coordinates, leave, come back, and that 15 cluster of Hadanite or whatever it is still there. Then I can sell those coordinates to somebody, and if they don't know how to get to by reading OM coordinates, OM triangulation coordinates, then I can, you know, charge them an extra 20 grand to go there and act as a quantum point for them. But that sort of gameplay is super, you know, it gives us that option now. This still needs a little bit of work, you know, moving things around. Again, we're trying to rotate something in 3-dimensional space with a regular mouse, which is possible, as you've been seeing, but it's difficult. You can get specific mice for that sort of stuff used by sculptors, digital sculptors, 3D sculptors and stuff. And that's a little overkill for Star Citizen, right? All right, missed a bunch of stuff. Unless you group play or something like that. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind on the chat, right? I do apologize. Having someone standing by with salvager and looting. Yeah, the group gameplay, you know, is only getting better and better and better. I said to somebody, maybe on Starstream stream, he was having a hell of a time. It was the most fun ever. Hello, everybody. I was just going to clip it and just play it every now and then in the stream when I see Starstreams make a comment. I was just going to play that. Hello, everybody. But yeah, this is really, you know, we have the age of piracy, but we also now have the age of industry, right? I spread my arms just a little apart and it's a bit faster. Not right now, no. Are you talking about the little quagglebacklers here? I'm not in any hurry. I'm not in any hurry. This could take twice as long as I'd still be happy. But yes, I'm sure there's way more efficient ways to, you know, do all this industrial stuff and, you know, group gameplay and all that sort of stuff, having fighters and escorts and security for the bigger battlefield missions. But for me, I'm a super casual, right? You know, as long as I'm doing something. You know, you're watching a guy who the other day spent 4 hours just milling around the Lorville terminals, picking up rubbish and telling people to stop running around. Yeah, yes, I'm one of those players. There is PU and PTU. Yes, there is. This is 319 PTU. PTU is on wave 1. I'm not sure it is linked to concierge or everyone should have access to it. No, it's wave 1 is normally accessed by concierges and subscribers. Chat's probably already updated. Concierge and subscribers get access to wave 1. Subscriber perk. Yeah, there we go. PTU wave is that subscriber, Evacati. No, the Evacati is a different one. This has already been through Evacati and is now, PTU is, you know, publicly accessible. That's why I can stream it. It's not under an NDA. You need to be, you know, heavily involved with the issue council and stuff to get an invitation to join the Evacati program. Brain says, I'm not a subscriber, but I can access PTU right now, but I am concierge, yeah. So if you're concierge, you'll get access as well. Concierge and subscribers. So during all 318 PTU, my carrot wasn't available. Well, I would have 100% spoken to CIG support about that. But live had the carrot. Right, so yeah, maybe sometimes did you try and recopy over your PU account to the PTU? That could have had something to do with it. Otherwise, yeah, you can get hold of support and say, hey, listen, buddy, what's going on with this business? Wave 1 is subs, concierge, and avocados. What's an avocado? Are they the Evacati guys? Avocados. What is an avocado? Tell me right now. I'd have to eat a lot of avocados to become an avocado. What is an avocado? I need to know now. I think I saw once a staff call it avocado and some other people. Are you talking about Evacati? Okay, that makes sense. Evacati is an avocado. People have either spent a lot of money or been invited to join because of their participation in the issue council. It's a fruit. Thank you, ODS TV. I wouldn't have been... If this was global chat, somebody would have written google.com, right? Or, as I have done a few times, read the patch notes. Yeah, coming back to moving the arms apart, I don't exactly know how to do that, so educate me. How do I move? Because right now it's pointing, both arms are pointing at exactly the same spot, right? How do I move the arms further apart? How do I give this vessel here that we are stripping of its goodness a wider cuddle? An avocado, oh, here we go. An avocado is a vegetable people put on toast and old people moan about. Is that yellow one? It grows on trees, like the money Evacati have. Yeah, well, they grew their money, right? At one stage, now they're blowing it all so their kids don't get it. Maybe they'll pass down their spaceships. Son, I don't have any money to give you, but I've got 14 890 jumps, 3 Bengal carriers, 6 Krakens. I'm giving 2 to you, 1 to your brother. Also, an eggplant is not just food. Yeah, I don't understand any of that emoji stuff. I'm sure my daughter's going to have a hell of a laugh at me. She knows Well, obviously she'll be involved in all that nonsense. That nonsense. I'm such an old man. Oh, did you check this out? Here's another new thing. You know when you hold your F key, right? Let's get out of the ship. Oh no, that's the engines off. Let's turn them on, right? Let's get out. Here's another cool thing. What color is an avocado? Yellow! Oh god, yeeted out. Alright, that's fine. I don't know if this is another new thing. I don't know if it's new or if it's just something I haven't noticed before. When you hold your F key and you zoom in, right? To zoom in to another location, you've got to zoom back out, orientate the thing there and zoom in, right? But now you can just look somewhere else and scroll forward. If zoom in, I want to go down here. It doesn't work in space. When we get back into a space station, I don't know if that's new. That was a great example. I prepared that in advance. Oh my god, here we go. Yep. Come on, gracefully enter the ship, please. This is the next thing that needs a little bit of TLC. EVA. Which is happening, right? You know, speaking of cool things that they're working on in the background, is my ship moving away from me? Speaking of cool stuff that they've got hiding in the background, oh god. The new EVA flight looks super exciting. Wow, ships are just rotating in space now. Did I turn the engines off? Good to see we've got a possibility of financial security. Once you get invited to Arcadia, you must sign an NDA. Exactly, indeed. Brain says that green. I respectfully disagree. Avocados are Grello! I don't think you can buy into it, only wave 1, but if you are very active in issue council, yeah, I don't think you can buy into Arcadia either. It's an invite only sort of thing because it's a fairly intensive process, right? And so they're only looking for people who are actively going to be prepared to test. And just because you've spent a lot of money doesn't mean you're going to test things properly, right? So as far as I understand, the Arcadia is invite only. And you get that invite if you're active on the issue council, like active. Like those people who love to bitch and moan in global. If you're one of those people who are dedicated to your activity, and that activity is contributing to the issue council, then you get invited to Arcadia. You don't have to, obviously, you know, it's an invite. Do you want to do this or not? Because it's work, right? You know, you are expected to do different sorts of testing. From what I understand, you're issued tasks and stuff, and you have to test them. But I could be entirely wrong. All right, I think we're pretty much, almost stripped this ship of everything it's worth. Well, no, we haven't. We haven't taken its weapons. Grab more off that thruster. We'll grabble that. If we could take its weapons, which we can, and sell them, we would. But as I mentioned earlier on, and we'll see at some point during the stream, the terminals no longer have the categories at the top of them. The search bar is gone. Nothing. I'm sure that's been done intentionally on purpose, and we'll be back at some stage shortly. Again, the testing focus for the PTU right now is fairly specific, and they do have a testing focus in the PTU. A lot of people just get in here and game, right? But you know, the testing focus it helps them to, you know, lock down what's going to be in the next patch for the PTU. So things that are coming in 3.19, not all of that's in the PTU because they want people testing this stuff and giving feedback on the feedback section of the forums. So I haven't posted up there yet, but I'll go over there and post and say, hey, listen, here's my feedback on salvaging. You know, these multiple ships spawning in the same location is not fantastic, but you know, because we end up with this issue of other people salvaging your ship, and you know, if you pay 50 grand, I paid 20 grand for this, and someone salvaged it by the time I got here, that's 20 grand gone. Plus the time, you know, traveling, you know, to this location and napping about. You know, that's not wonderful, right? But if they simply made it a crime to salvage somebody else's ship, then I think you'd find most people who aren't interested in dealing with crime stats wouldn't salvage someone else's ship. Just like if you blow up a claim that's not yours, you get a crime stat. If you salvage a ship that's not yours, you should get a crime stat. That will solve that issue. Titan Wargaming has joined us in the chat over on YouTube. How are you, my friend? Thank you for tuning in. There are ways to get into Arcadia, being active in issue council and blah, blah, blah. And when they are in need of new testers, you may get invited by email. Ooh. Not something I'm massively keen to do. But I can imagine there's people out there that would love to be part of Arcadia. You know, super keen to see what's coming, super keen to be part of the development, super keen to, you know, be able to contribute towards, you know, the continual improvement and the refinement of the project. A little bit of Kaizen, right? Small but continuous improvement. And that's all I, you know, am expecting to see. Small but continuous improvement. As long as I'm seeing that, you know, I can deal with a lot of jank. From an efficiency perspective, it would probably make more sense for me to move on to a new wreck right now. This contract was completed ages ago. That doesn't really mean much. It just means I'm not going to get a mission marker when I fly away from this ship, and I'm assuming it will stream out once I leave this area. As long as no one else is here. You know, we're just going to make sure. Can't see anything on here. We're not really getting anything off it. All right, I think we're done. Oh man, that's a lovely looking yellow cutlass. Let's go. I think we will go and sell our goodies, as we almost have a full ship. What are we closest to? Let's go over to Crusader. Fly down to Horizon. So I have noticed that, you know, these salvage missions now take you all over the place, right? This one, you know, let's have a quick look. We've got hardly any storage space left. Unless we want to start delivering boxes or dropping boxes all over the ship. 15 salvage contracts. Where are we? Arkel 5. So you can see it's now giving me lots more options. I don't think we have anything here in Delphi, which is a shame. That, you know, that'd be cool to see. You know, a progression path for, you know, salvaging. Lots of old avocados have rotten away. They sometimes need new fresh meat, that's true. You know, Viv says, Metaphysical, you had a spectacularly successful suggestion earlier. You mentioned you were feeling queasy and you had a cup of tea. I was also, and the cup of tea fixed it right up. Well, I had a regular cup of black tea with milk, but normally when I'm feeling a little bit grumbly, I will... we've got 18 people watching and 18 likes. That's a nice even number. I like it. Thank you. I will have some peppermint tea. Anvil Valkyrie, costing us 20 grand. Freelancer, 20 grand. A mole for 20 grand. Man, I'm sure a mole is way bigger than this Cutlass Black. Cause of accident, critical malfunction. Combat. Attacked by outlaw pack. So this constellation, you know, might have cargo in it. But let's go sell this loot. We got some RMC, and we've got some random boxes. Again, cargo haulers might have a better idea of what it is. I don't really know. Where is our... Here it is. Over here. Quantum beacon off to Crusader. Yeah, I'm loving this. This is so much fun. If we could have taken the guns, we would have, because then we could stack up in the Vulture all the boxes of RMC. And the guns that I took off of the Andromeda that I did yesterday are massive. I did manage to fit 4 of them in, but it took up a little bit of extra space that you'd normally have for cargo. Yeah, it's super exciting. I'm looking forward to, you know, next day or two, there'll be another update to the PTU. Hopefully they've got those screens fixed. It is item number 1 on the known issues in the patch notes. Can you still salvage at the racetrack? I'm assuming you could. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Most of the salvage that you do at the racetracks would be destroyed ships, though, and destroyed ships don't have as much material on them as something that's intact. Had a Connie last night, was half full of cargo. Yeah, that's amazing. You know, this is just that in itself is another reason to travel in packs, right? Of not packs of vultures, but you know, vultures and a cargo ship like a Hull A or a Nomad that can carry 24 SCU or something like that, because you've got this possibility now of finding cargo. And if you're out there on a big run and you're looking for those big ships and you're just looking for the, you know, Valkyries or stuff that have storage space. Valkyries is probably a bad example, like an Andromeda or the Connies or stuff like that. Then yeah, half full of cargo. That's a lot. Peppermint with chamomile and honey. I make a whole thermos with it and take it to work every day. Tea is amazing, man. It is amazing. It's just leaves, right? Just plants. It's amazing. Nature is incredible. 22 likes. That jumped up quick. Wow, thank you. We got 5 followers over there on Twitch, or 5 viewers over there on Twitch. It would be wonderful to make an affiliate or get to the affiliate level on Twitch, because then I get to do fun, cool stuff with, you know, emotes and all that sort of stuff. You can make more money from the guns than RMC. Yeah, totally. Totally. Who was I watching? Space Shorts this morning. One of the guns that he sold, it was an M58, the same ones that are on the Andromeda. 10 grand per gun. It seems to be 50%. And I'm assuming if it's anything like selling other stuff, like loot and stuff from bunkers, sometimes the terminal will glitch out and say it's not worth as much as you think it should be. So navigating that bug is frustrating and annoying, but normally when I come across that issue, I just log out and log back into a different server, jump region, or just log back into the same server, and the terminal is working properly. I mentioned this on Monday, I think. You know, sometimes when you're looting stuff, the P4s, sometimes they'll offer you 6 AUEC for a P4. A P4 normally sells for 1.1k. So don't sell a P4 for 6 AUEC. Log off, log back on and sell it for 1.1. So I don't know if that sort of issue is going to happen with guns and stuff here. I did notice when I was watching his stream that some items were worth 0, and you might potentially need to take different items to different places. Like we've got on board right now some RMC which needs to go to a TDD, but we've also got a couple of boxes of cargo which will probably need to go to a kiosk, a commodities kiosk. Can be more. Sell at a shop that sells the same back. It'd be interesting to see, right? You know, in the mining balance pass that's coming. Hello, everybody. I'm just saying that just in case Starstreams has it on in the background while he's working on his plasterboard. Hello, everybody. They were saying that the mining pass, if you're mining, for example, Hadanite on Daymar and you duck off to one of the mining outposts on Daymar, they'll buy it from you, but you'll get a better price if you take it to, let's say, so we're in Crusader, so Crew L5's on the other side of the system. If you take it to Crew L5, you'll get a better price, right? So that'll be interesting to, you know, for those people who are into trading and selling, learning, again, skill-based sort of thing, that if I salvage something in this location, it's probably not a good idea unless I'm short of time or I just need quick money to sell it in that area. I should harvest it there and then take it to this region, you know, all that stuff. We need storage space. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, right? Because having missiles and guns and stuff rolling around in your cargo holds, this is the situation where I'd sort of conform to, you know, the CIG just wants us to buy more ships. That's why they've nerfed this feature, sort of a mentality. In that, you know, you might see like a cargo ship specifically designed for, you know, hauling components and weapons and stuff like that. And they have slots for those things to go into. And just like we do right now, you can take a weapon off and it plugs onto a hard point. That ship is just full of hard points. And so size 2 weapons go here, size 6 weapons go there. BMM, anyone? Pretty sure you used to sell for up to, I used to sell for up to 3/4, says Adam Warlock. Wow, that's amazing. More than 5%. More than 50%. Yeah, if you're selling things for 5% of their value, I don't think that's really worth the time, right? Probably has more plaster on the ground than on the wall. No, I'm sure he's doing a bang-up job. Alright, we're arriving here at Crusader. Just buy a few Captain Hannah's hair. Maybe they're just pulling it out of their hair going, bloody boards. Just buy a few C2s, leave them parked at stations and use them for storage. But then you've still got to transport stuff back to the C2s, right? And I don't know how I feel about having half a dozen missiles rolling around in my hold. Although I have noticed when I was putting things in my hold, you know, they'd just drop down and they'd sit there nicely. They're not bouncing around like things do sometimes. Gun racks and armor boxes that snap into SU cargo spaces would be real cool. Indeed, they would be. Alright, let's duck down to Orison. We'll go sell this stuff. What are we kicking at? Oh man, an hour and 42, and we've actually achieved a few things. Salvaged a couple of wrecks. This is a little slower than, you know, normally in an hour you'd be able to kick out to some panels. Even less than that if you were good. Fill up a vulture, which is worth 92,000, and go drop it off inside an hour. But again, these salvage contracts, they're not these salvage claims. They're not specifically about the RMC, as Rhino, I think it was Rhino mentioned in the chat. You know, you've got the opportunity to grab guns and other stuff.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower on it,
the value.
TV ODS TV is following After Dark on Twitch.
Thank you, TV ODS TV. But watching on YouTube and following over on Twitch, I do appreciate that. I need 50 followers on Twitch, which I think will be a bit of a grind. To get that affiliate status, which then allows me to activate all different sorts of cool fun stuff, which, you know, as much as I've ragged on Twitch in the past, it does sound super cool fun. Sorry while I just naff with my reshade there. Clear navigation.
Clearing waypoints and updating navigation, sir.
Deactivate the quantum drive.
Acknowledged. QD and associated systems have been disconnected, sir.
Give you a boost if I can. Well, thank you so much, mate. I appreciate it. Tell me a joke.
This joke was submitted by Dutchman Ace on Discord, sir. I don't fart in an Apple store. They don't have any windows.
Tell me another one.
Of course, Commander. This joke was submitted by a Kator on Discord, sir. Did you hear about the guy whose whole left side got amputated? He's all right now.
Tell me another one.
Of course, Commander. According to the ship's log, sir, it appears a shield maiden who seems to belong to Dutchman Ace on Discord submitted this joke for me. Do you want to play a shark game? It's where I eat you and you scream. I'm not really sure I understand it, sir.
I don't understand it either. Tell me another one. Atreyu?
I am listening, Commander. How can I help?
Tell me a joke.
How do you follow Will Smith in the snow, sir?
Please proceed to
You follow the
site
Fresh
landing.
Prince.
Oh, I've never been to this hangar before. Normally I go to the main central hub. Deploy the landing gear.
Yes, Commander. Landing gear is being deployed.
Deactivate optics. Ah, that's not what you're supposed to do. Ah. This is what the game looks by default, right? God. And if we put on reshade, we go back to reshade's default setting. This is reshade. This is without it. I think it helps a lot to just, you know, clean up those colors, you know, brighten the contrast. I've never landed in this hangar before. Well, I couldn't be sure if I've ever actually brought a vulture here before. This is a very shallow hangar. Oh. Dumped.
Landing complete. Stay.
That was more like a fall onto the ground. Wow. Wonder if they've made some changes there, because we also, felt that or experienced that over at Lorville, that the ships start dropping when they're closer to some sort of structure. All right. Apparently there's a bug / exploit at the moment, which is perhaps why the terminals have been disabled. That if you have weapons in your ship and you don't store it, you can just repeatedly sell those guns. And so I think that they've disabled the terminals so that they don't have to, keep wiping everything each time they update the PTU. Holy cow, what the hell, man? This hangar looked tiny. It is humongous. Where am I going? This way? This way? Both ways? I need a drink. So maybe that's the reason why they've disabled the ability to select a location on the kiosk terminals or the trade terminals. Well, not the trade terminals, but the store kiosks, to stop people, taking advantage of that exploit and then them having to, wipe again. Let's see if there's somewhere up here to put it. That is not what you landed in. Yeah, this hangar looks way huger than the one that I flew into. Again, that could have just been a perception issue, or let's place this here. But that they need to force storage so you can sell. No store, no sell. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It just shouldn't recognize the ship if you've left it on the hangar or on a pad. The pad in space should purely be for refueling and repairs, and then just duck down, quickly do those things, and then fly off. But if you want to get out of your ship and go naff about in the station, then you need to store it.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Wow, I don't normally get across to Orison, but, the salvage missions have just led me over here, right? Because it was just quicker to come to Orison than, over to one of the other places simply because of where I was. All right, let's not forget that we don't have a helmet on. Excuse me. Right, where are we going? We need to go to an admin terminal, and we need to go to the TDD. The TDDs are over on Cloud View. Where is the admin? Is it over on Providence? If anyone knows in the chat where the admin center here at Orison is, let it be known. It's bigger on the inside. Landed in the Doctor Who phone box hangar. Yeah, it was crazy. It didn't look that big. I specifically said this is a really shallow hangar. All right, let's go first to Cloudview because I know the TDD is over there. I have also noticed, and we're going to be proved wrong here in a minute because this is Orison, but the trains at Lorville haven't been janky. The trains at Area 18, when I went there yesterday, when I was hanging out on Discord, to go check out the the lobbies and the foyers for both Defense Con and Invictus Week, the trains were super stable. Not amazing like they were in the past, but certainly much better than they are. And even this shuttle approaching looks like it's behaving itself properly. How much of that is the server running at 20 frames a second with how many people on? 25. Or them fixing and tweaking the pathing and all that sort of stuff. I'm not really sure. The pathing at Area 18 has had to be updated, so you'll notice you approach the stations now differently because there's an extended train line that goes to the new exhibition hall at Area 18, so they've added, you know, new pathing. Little janky here. Providence platform. Okay. What are you looking for? Says Adam Warlock. I'm looking, we're going to go across right now to Cloudview to go to the TDD to sell the RMC. But we'll need to go to an admin center or a commodities terminal, not a trade terminal. Or maybe I'm getting my terminology confused. The admin center to sell the 3 boxes of loot. I've no idea what they are. 18 was fucked last night. Yeah, look, I haven't been back into the PU since the PTU dropped on Monday night. Yeah, this is nice and smooth. This is nice and smooth. Little janky as it's coming in, but yeah, I haven't been in the PTU since the PTU dropped, and I'd assume that now that Xenothreat is over, which finished up yesterday, so maybe you just caught the tail end of Xenothreat and things are functioning a bit better. Somewhere near the TDD, not being there, so I can't give directions. The TDD is next to the mall, and the mall has a small weapon shop. Yeah, they got so much cool food in that place. So I came across here once when we had when I was outfitting the Blue Banana and, you know, fitting out the bridge fridge and stuff. The store over here in the mall. The mall's just over here. Oh, here's a good example. So when you zoomed in before, that you can't move the screen around, right? And if I wanted to zoom into something over here, I'd have to zoom out, look at it, and zoom back in. But now you can just scroll your mouse somewhere, and it zooms to that location. It's a little janky. You can't just look around in a zoomed view. But it's way better than having to zoom out, look at something else, and zoom in. Nice to see NPCs actually walking around. So I don't know if that's a new thing or... But I just thought that was nice, right? Because sometimes, like if I want to follow this player, right? I'd have to zoom in and out and potentially lose track of him. But now I can just move my mouse and scroll in once, and it just, you know, keeps tracking wherever my cursor is. Yeah, so the TDD's up here, but the admin I'm not sure. Trains running off the rail, though, through the ground, picks me up and takes me through the platform, and death becomes it. Well, I haven't seen that happening. But if that was happening in 18 last night, I'm not surprised because they've been pretty janked. I've been killed so many times on the Lorville trains as gone through a building and then I've collided with something that has collision. Sell from the vulture. Okay, so are these things in demand that I had? What? Okay, so this is the recycled composite material. I've got 8 SCU of that. Cool, 61 grand. Thank you very much. Sell that. But it looks like I took up some valuable space with some distilled spirits, which was worth 555. I would have rather have had a box of RMC. Thanks very much. So again, this is where knowing your cargo is going to come important, right? There's no point just taking everything unless you know what it is. Because I'd rather have a box of RMC worth 7k than this box of Revenant tree pollen worth 168, right? And there's a box of Ultraoxin in there. Okay, so how much is the Ultraoxin worth? Which we're going to have to take somewhere else, right? Doesn't tell me how much it's worth. Ultraoxin is a drug, right? So we're going to have to take that to a no questions asked terminal. So at least we can sell all that stuff here at the commodities terminal, which is nice. I didn't think that was the case. But yes, Ultraoxin. How much is it worth, chat? PU feels amazing at the moment, says Slash. 13 server FPS, Low B win and happy people in chat. Probably where Cousin Crow's car. Oh yes, it is over on. It's over at the Providence platform. I know. I remember where it is now. It is on Providence, in between like the big lobby shop area, where Cousin Crow's is. There's an admin section there, and then there's the refinery bit further down the platform. Get scanned? They don't tell me what it is. Will it? Or will they just tell me that you've got contraband on board and you're coming with me? Switch off your engines and surrender. It's people running around, dude. That your pinky must be so sore. NPCs moving around. God, Orison is beautiful. So we're getting 20 frames here at Orison, which is not amazing. It's the first time I've seen my FPS in the red everywhere I've gone. But, you know, that'll get tweaked. That'll get tweaked. You know, we're still able to play. The game still, you know, is beautiful. It's functional. We're playing. Providence. We don't really need to go to Providence. We'll go back to the spaceport. Alt toxins 3.5 to 4K, I think. The second one, 4K, hey? Yeah, so like many of these platforms at Orison, you can land on these, you can run around and land up here, and now we can do that at Lorville, which opens up, just like they have here at the Orison platforms, missions in these buildings, right? You know, go kill the baddies. Which leads the way for, we just need Area 18 on board now to have this functionality. Leads the way to player habitation, and, you know, there's a good episode of Inside Star Citizen where they were talking about the breakdown of the floors inside these buildings, with the maintenance section, residential sections, commercial sections, and then the underground where we, you know, have alternate routes in and out of the buildings and access to subway systems and, you know, all that sort of stuff. Super exciting stuff. You can set sprint to toggle in settings. Boy. Silliness. Silliness, I tells ya. Hello, other meta, says Meta. We got dual metas. So whilst we're kicking out here, our stream snacks, seaweed flavored turtle chips. So like the first time I bought the turtle chips, they were a different flavor. They're not actually made of turtles. They just look like a turtle shell. Hence the reason for the brand called turtle chips. But these are seaweed flavored. And I know we've got some viewers from the United States, and specifically some people from Hawaii. I can't remember who that was. But these chips, they're actually kind of nice. The puppy little shells. They have a really interesting texture because they're all folded up. They're very delicious. So, once again, thank you to the amazing, generous contributions to the Stream Snack Support Fund. Link in the description. That has allowed me to find a new snack for every stream. I didn't get a chance to go to the markets this week to pick up a whole bunch of new stuff. So we must do that.
Not a problem.
Because we have no snacks now, we need to go buy some new ones. Spaceport. Get a job in maintenance, clearing up bottles and gowns. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. You know, like any MMO, right? When you log in and your character's level 1, they send you into the sewers to go kill a dozen rats. I can't wait. Go pick up 20 bottles. I will do it gladly. I wish they hadn't made med gowns 0 credits in 318X. At 15 AUEC in 317X, you had a reason to collect them. It's the metaverse. We just need someone else with a meta name to join us. you know, three's a crowd, right? And as soon as you've got a crowd, you know, things get interesting. Hot boy! All right. Let's get back in our vulture.
Welcome.
Do we want to keep... Now we've got decisions to make, right? Do we want to keep that cargo on board or just turf it into space? Because if I need to make a specific trip to a no questions asked terminal to sell 1 box of Ultra Oxen, is it really worth it?
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
I guess now I've got the opportunity to say, hey, listen, I've got a box of Ultra Oxen. I'm dumping it here if anyone wants to swing past and grab it. Who perhaps might also already be transporting that sort of cargo. It's options, right? I don't think many people would go out of their way to pick that up, but the option is there at least. I concur, Meta. If people want to abuse the gowns by killing themselves, more power to them. Sounds like a boring way to make money. That's the thing, right, with a lot of these things in the game is you got to find a way to, you know, balance them, make them fun and interesting and engaging. But at the same time, manage the exploits or the exploiting of those mechanics. Because you could set up a voice attack macro to just constantly kill yourself and walk off for an hour and come back and there'll just be a whole bunch of med gowns in your inventory. It'd take a little bit of setting up. I'm sure there's other ways you could do that. How do you stop people from exploiting, right?
You are clear to launch.
One way you could do it. It's difficult because people can set their regen points all over the place. But I was going to say, like, for example, if you're based out of Lorville like I am, every time I die I wake up in Lorville, then the med gowns that you get from Lorville are a green color, right? And they've got Hurston Dynamics on them. And they're not really valuable to people at Hurston, right? Because they've got storage crates full of them. But if you could collect those as a mission, collect those and then take them out to Mikkel 4, for example. That then, you know, means that if somebody wants to spend an hour repeatedly suiciding and collecting, you know, gowns, they've at least got to take them somewhere else to try and sell them, rather than just running down, you know, stairs in the hospital and going to the terminal there at the pharmacy and selling stuff. All right, let's get out of here. Let's have a look at our contract manager on the way out. For the testing, let me bring up the notes here. So, the patch notes for 184. Testing focus, general stability. Look, it hasn't been too bad. I haven't had any 30Ks. None. You know, mind you, tonight's been a 2-hour session. I was probably in for maybe 4 hours yesterday, so 6 hours is not unusual to have no 30Ks. Plus, there's not very many people on the server. The Lorville skyline, the only thing that I can say about that is the impounding happens almost instantly as soon as you get a warning. And if you're outside the ship and you don't see the warning, you disappear. So they should have a warning when you're in third person. It breaks immersion a little bit, but at least it lets you know what's going on and how close you can actually get to some of these buildings. The salvage contract missions, well, you know, as I've said repeatedly, there just needs to be a couple of tweaks to that. And the first one that jumps to mind is make it a crime to salvage somebody else's claim. Tractor beam and item detaching. This is amazing. I'm absolutely loving this. The changes to the tractor beam are fantastic. It's 2 different modes, traversal and detachment. The only thing that I've got in terms of attaching items is how you rotate stuff 3-dimensionally with a mouse. Is, you know, it's difficult, right? It takes a bit of practice. Mission density manager. Well, this is difficult for us to test, right? Because it's just, that's purely through observation. and the Ghost Hollow Reclaimer mission. We haven't done that yet, and I don't think we'll go out and do that tonight. That's a little bit more intensive from an energy perspective and from a music perspective. And I think I'd like to do that with a couple of other people than just running out there solo just to go, oh, what's over here? And then the rest of the 319 features, which are coming later in the PTU build, is the mining balance and the new player experience. So I don't know how this is going to work, the new player experience. I guess they'll have to do a complete reset of the PTU for us to go through, maybe force us to spawn at Area 18, because this is going to be the only place where the new player experience starts. So we can go through that testing process, see what that's like. And then obviously the mining balance later on. There's that known issue, missing header drop downs for source, category, subcategory, and search in shop kiosks. And the fact that it's at the top up here is just reinforcing for me the fact that in the known issue here, is it listed as an exploit? That you can just repeatedly sell items, guns, from the back of your ship if it's not stored. Might need to sit down, my toes are cramping. Not sure. Updated building blocks, shop UI at Kasaba Dumpers Depot, Lorville LOD and Collisions Polish Pass. There's that default keybind for unlocking your item ports. Removed the old hint system and added the new revamped dynamic hints UI. If you haven't seen that, or if you log into the PTU, we get this one here. Is it contextual dialogue subtitles? I think this one here, show hints. So over on the right hand side of the screen, it shows up a different type of hint. Oh dude, we're not going into space. This is perfect crash behavior. UI is so bright here. Kind of looks like we're heading out into space now, doesn't it? The Vulture is so slow. He's a big tugboat. My buds jacked a hammerhead at Xeno Threat that was manned. Waited till they left the zone, shot the pilot and boxed the other two players and flew to Grim to sell cargo and buy hacker kits. Amazing. Still end up in prison. Amazing. Jason the Bruce says, I just finished my Knights of Dice bus stop. Very relaxing watching the stream and building MDF kits. Well, thank you, Jason. I appreciate your support over there at Knights of Dice, which is my hobby business for the tabletop wargaming industry. I manufacture scale model kits, laser cut model kits, and I've been having so much fun with my friend Trent. He has a YouTube channel called Miscast. Super creative, super passionate, super enthusiastic, spur of the moment sort of guy who's just come and spent a week sleeping on the fold-out couch in my warehouse at my studio. We set up a room there, nice little bedroom, put a desk and stuff in there, put a big box light. You know, I don't have any here, but you know, big studio box light, they're always in his videos. You know, he's a very artistic, creative person. And so I put a box light in there to make him feel at home. Worst part was, it was one of the guy's missions. Oh, really? Fun times. Fun times. All right, what are we doing? Where are we going? Salvage. Still 15 contracts here. And they're all over the place. We're getting some Hammerhead missions now worth 50 grand. An Origin 350R. Tiny little ship worth 1,000. It's been decommissioned. Decommissioned and just hauled out into space to just float around. Or be salvaged. A Freelancer Doer. 30. Let's take this. Where is it? Hurl 2. I kind of guess it doesn't matter where it is. Unless we were specifically looking for. I know the Doer is like a combat ship, right? Starfarers. Freelancer Miss. And Argo Mole. Mole is the mining ship, right? Not the... What's the other Argo ship? The Raft. Arkel 3. kind of looking for something her L3. They're all over this side. Her L3. Let's grab that one. And Arc L3. Okay, no, they're both up this way. That's right. They're on the right-hand side of Stanton, and the third Lagrange point is on the opposite side of the sun. So let's go grab one of those. This constellation at her L3. And we'll see if it's got some cargo and stuff. Oh, man. I should have flown there first. We'll see how we go. We're going back down. The ship is rolling over. Are we high enough? We are. What is that? Quantum travel calibration. Align to a new marker to start calibrating your quantum. Oh, look at this. Action spaceship underscore generally underscore toggle underscore quantum underscore model. Okay, I didn't get to finish reading the rest of that gibberish. To cancel, hold travel. Let's just screenshot this. Action. I think it's supposed to have. Okay, this doesn't stay up long enough to read it, and it's not big enough. Exiting Armistice Zone. You have left the confines of the Armistice Zone and entered open space. Okay, yep, we didn't get to read that either. Ship combat. Press what? Right bracket to fire your spaceship's weapons. Press something else to fire your secondary weapon group. Not all ships have secondary weapons. Let's just fix up our reshade. Quantum travel calibration. Align to a nav marker to start calibrating your QT target. Okay, well this is good for the new players. It just needs to not have the variable name. Tap the key, it should say, to support 5 pooling. Open the Arc star map with F2. Set a destination here for quantum travel. I wake up in a med bed after crime stat and shit blow up like me. I saw that note about overlays, Viv. Must be new gamer help type overlay. Yeah, you know, that's hang on, why did I change out of there? That's what it's here in the patch notes as one of the testing features, right? This new player experience. Was it listed up here? No. I think this is part of the new player experience. It'll be interesting to see what they have for that, as you know, when that comes into the PTU in a later build. Let's jump back in. So we can turn that off. I don't really need that on. Show hints. So rather than it being like the little thing that's at the bottom of the screen, it's now contextual to what you're trying to do. Options. Show hints. No. Back. Return to game. Alright. Oh boy, excuse me. I may need to adjust the time of my streams as we move forward. Really burning both ends of the candle at the moment. Alright, so we just power cycle this. That sun is super bright. Kind of makes it even worse. We'll wait for our cooldown to happen. We'll go see if this Andromeda has any cargo in it. $20 people watching, 24 likes on YouTube. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it if you've tuned in and out during the stream, or if you're just sitting there lurking in the background, or if you've just tuned in to find out what's happening here at After Dark. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a wonderful evening, a wonderful day, a wonderful afternoon. As we float around here with a little bit of lo-fi music on from Stream Beats. Standing up tonight. Shout Discord in chat. Go ahead, join the Discord. Friday's stream is spent with the community over on Discord. We get the crew together and, you know, just get up to whatever happens. Oh, let's turn off the cruise control. That'd be a good idea. And as we approach here, we'll get our ship marker and we'll find out if anyone's already out here. Maybe what we should do, after we do this, we might float around for a little bit with our scanner on and see if we can find any salvage, right? Because Trid, when we were hanging out in Discord yesterday, he was floating around in his reclaimer. I was out in the PTU. We were both in the PTU. He was out in his reclaimer. I was floating around in the Vulture. That looks like some sort of satellite. What was that? That didn't look like a wreck. There she is, salvage the RSI Constellation Andromeda. We could pinch her guns. Sadly, the Andromeda doesn't have accessible components. Doesn't seem to be anybody else out here, which probably means our ship is fully intact. Let's get that sun behind us as we drift past at way too high a speed. But we could take her guns if we were able to sell them, but like I said before, I'm pretty sure they've disabled that, you know, that section of the terminal on purpose, the category that allows you to select where you're buying or selling from, you know, local or Vulture or whatever, because of the exploit at the moment in the PTU where you can just sell guns infinitely from a ship that hasn't been stored. So once they fix that, they'll probably re-enable the terminals and they'll work properly. Jesus, just space is just not my place to be, man. I can't judge the distance. I can't judge the speed. Let's get that sun behind us. Now we're at a slower speed here. Let's get this ship behind. This looks like it's been stripped. Even though it says the salvage remaining on this ship is 100%. This, maybe it's just not rendering in. That ship has been stripped. Contract complete. Somebody, there must have been a different ship here, right? And the dude was salvaging his ship and my contract appeared and he was like, I'll have that fucking Andromeda as well. This is what I'm talking about, right? So this is my only issue and my only bit of feedback that I'll post up on the feedback section is that, you know, paying 20 grand for this mission, flying all the way out here and, you know, not being able to get any salvage off of it is, you know, less than cool. You know, I need at least 3 boxes of RMC off of this to pay the 20 grand it costs to find this wreck, right? And having somebody else already strip it ahead of me, disappointing. It kind of makes you not want to do it, right? What's the point? Oh, well, that's a bummer. I don't think we're going to find anything on this. It's been stripped really, really well. But this is a massive flaw with this mission type. He's just killed the whole mojo for me, Star Citizen. Enter Grouch after dark. Let's go aboard. All right, let's go aboard and see if there's any cargo in there. The hangar doors are open. No, they're not. All right, let's just go aboard and see what's in there. It kind of looks like they're aboard, but maybe that's just because everything has been stripped. I can't see anything in there. Let's go aboard and see what's there. 07 Crouch says, Macedon, how are you? You have the Macedon Rangers here in Melbourne. They're absolutely gorgeous. Oh, God, not again. We must be almost dead. Yeah, 21%. Let's go have a look. Yeah. Look at this. It's got holes in it, man. And there's no cargo in there. Damn it. There's a couple of boxes of something at the back, but without being able to identify what that is, you know, why would I take it? No, there's nothing in here. Man, someone's gobbled up my claim, man. Cost me 20 grand to do this. That's my only feedback about these new missions. Salvaging someone else's claim. I don't think that they should stop you from doing it. But if you're going to salvage someone else's claim, then it should be a crime, right? Or don't spawn, you know, just like you do with a UGF. You don't spawn 2 missions at a UGF, do you, Mr. Roberts? You spawn 1 and then you wait 15 minutes for that to, you know, recycle itself and go again. So do the same thing here. All right, well, we're out here. We'll see what crumbs we can pick off of this. I don't think there really are any. But that's disappointing. That's 20 grand I'll never get back. Oh, man. This is what I was saying before when we started the stream. Don't accept a claim mission until you're almost there. You know, it didn't take us long to travel here. We were quite close. But in the time it took us to get here, someone has stripped this ship. They don't spawn, you know, the claims don't start like this. They start as a fully intact ship. No, we're getting something off this cargo bay at least. Alright, sorry chat. I guess I gotta accept the contract as soon as it pops up and you can strip the extras. I would travel as close to the location as you can first. That was one of the things that I was concerned about, was that, you know, the contracts here in the contract manager change, right? When you go through different regions, the list of options change. But this salvage option seems to be consistent. It doesn't matter where you go. So you could, for example, travel, if you wanted to scrape this caterpillar worth 50 grand, you could travel to her L1. You've got 26 minutes to get there. And as long as someone doesn't nab this from you, you could travel there. You've got 26 minutes to get there. And as soon as you get close to this place, or as soon as your time starts running out, then accept the contract. Just that streams the ship in. And then you've got less chance of someone stealing your claim. Like has happened to me here. Enter Grouch. Star Citizen sucks. Scan it? Let's try scanning it. Come on, I got 100% signal strength. Are my keybones just wrong? Scanning. I've never had any luck with scanning stuff. Let's power cycle the scanner. There we go, we're getting some information. A big RS signature. No, I'm getting nothing. Is it my mouse? Yeah, okay, the mouse. Let's hold that down. One day Crouch will learn. I'm sure he will be 80 before it happens, but he will learn. So there we go, another unreadable UI. So it says it's carrying some processed food, one of them, and 1 SEU of processed food, 1 SEU of scrap. Neither of which we're terribly interested in. Can I zoom in on this bloody UI? Got a daybreak power plant. 2 of them. It's got a bunch of missiles. It's slowly drifting away from us. What else does it have on it? It's got 4 CF447 Rhino repeaters. It's got some Joker Defcon noise launchers. Man turret, quantum driver, ball-on. So this is stock, right? This is a stock Andromeda with 1 SEU of food and 1 SEU of scrap on board. But yes, Rhino, that's a very valid point. Another thing to consider when you're going to be doing these salvaging missions is, scan the cargo so you can see what's on there, or scan the ship. Am I doing good? This is how far I am behind the chat. Macedon, I'm really, really well, man. We're in the PTU. There's new mission types. Someone has pinched my claim from me, but that's all right. I've pinched other people's claims. I can't really complain too much. The game allows me to do that at the moment, so I've been doing it. And someone's done it to me. I can't complain about that, right? But they asked for feedback during this part of the process, and my feedback is, make it a crime to strip someone else's claim. That way some people will still do it, right? And that's fine. I don't think you should ever stop players from being able to do something. But there should be a consequence, right? And the consequence is either having a fight with someone or getting a crime stat and having to deal with it. That I wouldn't have a problem with. That, and 2, don't spawn 2 claims in the same area. If I stumble across someone else's claim, fine. I'll suffer the crime stat if I choose to strip it, or I'll just move on. Just don't spawn 2 of them in the same place. So we'll see as the PTU progresses. Invictus is scheduled for the 19th. That's what the signs in Area 18 say. So we'll see what happens in terms of the builds here for the PTU and how it progresses when it goes to Wave 2, or if they'll skip that and go straight to Wave 3 open to get as many players into, stress test it before they bloody launch Invictus with a free fly. We all know how Xeno Threat's gone in 3.18.2, right? I'm sure they don't want to repeat. Invictus is where they make a lot of money, right? They want the game to be functioning properly. And they're going to need people in the PTU to do that. So, I'm thinking that, they'll go straight to PTU, straight to Wave 3 PTU pretty quickly. And they've left Xenothreat running and, had that terrible experience that we all suffered through. So that people will go, oh, PTU is open to everyone. Xenothreat was a nightmare experience. Let me go into the PTU and see what they've fixed and how better it is. That way they get a lot of people into the PTU, which is always an issue. To load test stuff before Invictus. Man, we're going to get 1 crate of bloody RMC out of this ship that I'm going to sell for 7 grand. I lost 4 grand, 14 grand, 13 grand. Do math good, Viv. Why can't we fill up this last point? There we go. I lost 13 grand on this claim. Bastards. Bastards. But otherwise, I'm doing very well. Need me to hop on and fly over my C8R? No, we're all good, man. I got med pens and stuff. Holy crap, I'm very far behind. Holy Connie, Batman. Scan. Viv, take a screenshot of the wreck for evidence. For evidence of what? Of someone stealing my claim? No, I'm sure they're very well aware of that. This is not an issue council issue. There's no point posting this on the issue council. I think a lot of people post on the issue council when they don't need to. This is a feedback issue. This needs to go in the 3.19 PTU feedback thread, not the issue council. So I'll just post up in the thread there. Someone stole my claim. This is my feedback and this is my suggestion. Any guns? Yeah, there's guns on here, but we can take them off, but we're not able to sell them right now. There's a bug/exploit that allows you to continuously sell guns from your ship at a kiosk as long as you don't store the ship. So they've taken away from the kiosks at the moment the ability to select where you want to sell stuff from. The header at the top that's got the location, the categories, subcategories, the search field, that's been taken away so that we can't sell anything from the ship. I'm assuming they've taken that away so that they can fix it, so that they don't have to wipe every progress. There was like a partial wipe between 319.0 and 319.0A, but it was only partial, right? I don't think they want to be stripping. No, I don't think they want to be, you know, wiping people's currency and money and all that sort of stuff. Given the fiascos that they've had with, you know, wipes. But this is super chill. We would have got, you know, a good haul off of this ship if someone hadn't pinched it from underneath us. They would have had to have worked really fast, either been in a group of people, because it didn't take us long to get here, you know, 5 or 6 minutes, right? Even less. I don't know when I accepted the mission. That's my advice for the moment, is don't accept these salvage missions until you're close to it. And just hope that no one accepts that contract while you're en route. If someone is salvaging your claim, can you open fire on them without a crime stat? No. Because it's not a crime. They haven't committed a crime, right? Like, I've scraped other people's wrecks, and it's not a crime. So if you open fire on them, aggravated assault. If you blow up their ship, vehicle destruction. If you kill them, homicide, murder, charges, off to prison. There's a lot of missiles on that ship. There is indeed. ODS is activated lurking mode. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's a lot of missiles on this ship. Actually, let's go in. Let's go aboard and see if we can take the missiles off, right? There's no point because we can't sell them right now. We just end up with a whole bunch of missiles floating around our ship. But helmet's still on. Good. Just out of interest, let's go aboard. God. Can't wait until they make this a... Fuck off. A proper process for getting out of a ship, right? God, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Star Citizen sucks. Let's go aboard. See if she still functions. There is some scrap still on this ship, and I'm going to take it because I paid 20 grand for this location. She doesn't look safe to be aboard, but, you know, we'll see how we go. Let's get up into the cockpit. We'll unlock the item ports. Oh, God. Yep, there we go. We can get on there. Oh, no, we can't. Yes, we can. Here we go. But, drop. Home sweet home. Helmets on! He learns. If you want to see your FPS but not wanting to fill up the whole screen, instead of 3, press 1. Yeah, this is 2. 3 has even more. 3 has all the information about your... Let's just turn it off. We don't need that on there. 3 and 4 have all the information about your CPU and your GPUs and all your threads and cores and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, number 1 is good to have. Stanton System, welcome. Thank you for joining us here at After Dark. My name is Viv, aka Crouch. I hope you've had a wonderful evening, afternoon, or night. I haven't seen you in the chat before, so I appreciate you taking the chance to pop in and say howdy. I stream 4 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, which is where we are, Thursdays with my community over on my Discord, link in the description, or you can shut Discord in chat, and Saturdays, all days at 9 PM UTC plus 10. Wow, I'm getting good at this little speech, aren't I? Welcome. All right, so we're going to right Alt and K to unlock the item ports. There we go. You don't need to access the inner thought anymore to do that. The default keybind has been enabled in 319.0A. It's the right Alt and K. And we can no longer power up these ships, it seems, which we could do in the previous patch of the PTU. But they've obviously disabled that, as they should. We shouldn't be able to power up these ships and fly off with them. Let's get some torches on. Let's get our tractor beam out. Maybe because the Connie doesn't have, like, all its components are in the back here, right? But none of these are accessible. Wonder if we can take the Merlin. Or I'm about to trap myself in a coffin. It fires up. Can we drop out? We can't launch. We can't launch it. Let's just have a look around. Engines on, engines off. Where's... Normally you launch by holding the N key. That's all my nonsense. Power off. Let's hold down that N key. No, it doesn't look like we can launch it out of the ship. Now, that could be the bug that the Andromeda or the Constellation series has at the moment. I haven't tried to take mine out for a while. But there we go. All right. Let's power that down. Let's get out. Discord is Thursdays now? No, Discord is Friday. Lots of beginner or zero to hero videos out there due to the wipes. If you want, just helmets on. There's a salvage icon. Is there scrap nearby? Well, we're going to go have a look. Hi, Sigard. How are you? Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're having a wonderful day, just like our friend Stanton Citizen who's joined us. Don't forget to click that like button if you haven't already. I do appreciate the 19 people who are currently watching and the 24 people who've already clicked that like button over on YouTube. And our 2 viewers over on Twitch. Twitch is always quiet because there's always lots of other bigger streamers. And now that the PTU is out, we're all playing, we're all in there, trying to find out what works, what doesn't work, and deliver that fresh, juicy content. Why does the elevator not work? I've left the Kruger. Okay, what's going on with our server stats? Oh, the B-win. The B-win is low. The FPF is strong. The FPF? All right, let's try and go out through the cargo bay. Actually, there might be enough holes in this ship to be able to just fly out of one of them. Cargo bay. There's those 2 boxes that we scanned earlier on. Oh, no! Oh, no. So, yeah, scanning is a good way to do this, to identify what cargo is on board. It still doesn't help me identify which one of those is scrap and which one was the distilled spirits. Is one of the docking ports working? Oh, crap. We're stuck in here. So we're going to go have a look for some salvage in a minute. SE sucks and you still play the game. Love-hate relationship. Don't we all? I subscribe. Thank you so much, Stanton. Why didn't it give me a notification? Go to bloody stream elements, man. Totally useless, man. It's the same as Star Citizen. Sucks! Discord is not Thursdays, Jason. It is still on Fridays, as scheduled. Maybe you could fly to a station, repair it, then salvage it. Well, I can't power it up. Previously, we could get in, when I was playing yesterday, you could get in one of these ships and fire it up. But that doesn't seem to be the case. The item ports are unlocked. Let's relock them. Okay, and let's get out. I don't know why we would have been able to board the ship but not be able to get off. We are trapped. We are trapped! Thought so. I must have misheard. I thought you said Thursdays. It's very possible that I said Thursdays, but I meant Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. That elevator stops working, says Rhino. That's, crumble. Metal Wizard says, man, I just want a safe hangar to move cargo from one ship to another. Get out from the airlock. The brown is scrap. Open all from the seat. That's a good idea. Let's try that. Yeah, I don't know much about the cargo, so that's something I'm going to have to learn, the different colors of them and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, Metal Wizard, we need some way to be able to transfer cargo and stuff, right? All right. There we go. Freedom! Thank you, Rhino. Look at that, man. Always full of good advice. Let's go. through the cargo hold. Whoop! Oof. Nope, nope. I thought we could crouch out into space, but that doesn't seem to do shit either. All right, let's see what else we can scrape off of this before we disappear. Where is our vulture? Oh my god, what was that? Was that me or somebody else? That was me. There's supposed to be chill stream. No panic, Viv. No panic. Not tonight. We'll keep that for later on. All right. Yeah, so let's go. Let's look for some scrap. Black and white is drugs. That's good to know. So we're going to look for some scrap. I haven't seen like the little paw icons. I don't think they appear until you're quite close. But Trid, when he was looking for salvage yesterday when we were chilling on Discord, was saying that he was getting RS values from the opportunity markers. I just want to, just for the sake of, you know, let's see what else I can grab off of this. Cost me 20 grand this claim. I want at least 2 boxes. I don't think I'm gonna get them. Oh man. All right, we're done. We're done. Are we? Maybe. Not quite. Let's get out of here. This is pointless. Activate the scanner. All right, let's have a look. We'll go at 90 degrees like I normally do. We'll pop out our scan, and flying into the sun is probably the worst thing to do. Interesting that it's still showing my weapons. There we go. Let's fix up that. All right. 1720. What is this? Is this part of the space station? Oh, a little paw print. Let's go have a look. I hate it like this when the icons aren't aligned properly. Let's go have a look what this is. Is it actually there? Is it actually there? Let's just go off center a little bit. Traveling pretty quick. Let's slow down. I'm not getting any value off of that. But that's not to say that, you know, we won't get a value off it. It's just, you know, not working right now. What is this? C2? I'll take you. Activate the mining head. Now, this is not a claim, because the other claims that we've been seeing tonight and that I saw yesterday didn't have this scrap icon on it. It's quite close to the Andromeda that we just scrapped, but this isn't a claim. Claims, well, I'm assuming it's not a claim, because the other claims didn't have the scrap icon on them that we've been seeing since they implemented the feature. Because if this was a claim, it'd just be an empty wreck in space. Or we are just about to strip someone else's claim, which I don't think we are doing. All right, well, that was relatively painless. We'll grab a bit from this, and then we'll fly around and see if we get some RS values. I'm keen to do some scanning because, you know, Trid was finding all different sorts of values. Like the rocks that he was finding in space weren't 1700. They were 1900. And rocks in space and rocks on the ground and stuff are 1700. 1900 is a new one. And we just saw a new one just then. It was 1720. The hell is that? So interesting times. Man, let's get rid of this box of ultrawoxin. It's worth 4 grand. I'd rather have a box that's worth 7. Bye-bye! Man, just this little change here to tractor beams, the click and hold. The click and hold. I don't have to hold that mouse button anymore while I'm trying to scroll with my middle finger. Just that alone. Massive improvement. Found out today blue is fluorine. Poor guy and a freelancer at Kudrow. Oh, poor guy. There was 2 boxes on the Connie cargo. Yeah, there was. One was scrap, and the other one was, what was it, chat? Distilled spirits? No panic. I guess there's always going to be a few moments of panic, right? Is there something in here? Or we just ejected it? All right. Let's grab some of this C2 while we're here. That was the icon that I was mentioning. Ah, okay, right. That's what we must have flown past. Check the components. Can we access components in a C2? Are they size 2, or does the C2 have size 3 components? Or does it have size 2? Because size 2 is the maximum size we can take at the moment. That was processed food. Let's scan this. I know my keybinds, damn it. They're all different in the PTU. Even though I copied my folder over. Are you going to give me some details? Thinking about it? Processing it? Try again. Maybe I don't understand how scanning works, right? Can access them, but they're too big. Randy, how are you? Thanks for joining us on YouTube. Check anyway. Okay, let's go have a look. Scanning, right? So I've activated my scanning mode. I'm at 2 degrees, maximum focus. Normally I'd hold my right trigger, but my keybinds are different. So if I hold my left key, it scans, right? My left mouse button, it scans. And then I should get some results, right? But I get no results. We move around a little bit. Get no results. Do I need to scan wider? I know that my triggers are different, Viv. Maybe it's too focused. How the hell do you scan ships? Check anyway. 90 degrees. Okay, so what are we at? Looks like we're at 90. That's 180. That's 90. Let's scan again. Oh, do we need to target it? That might help. No idea. Too small on the angle. Okay, well, let's go all the way out to 360 and scan. Let's move away and crash into an asteroid. Well, there's the box we ditched out into space. Let's try scanning again. I've never had any sort of consistent results with scanning. But, you know, if you watch like a mongrel video or other pirate, videos, they just seem to scan without any issue. From like 20 kilometers away. I'm kissing this thing on its cheek and getting nothing. All right, last one. Okay, I'm over it. Let's go. Let's go aboard and see what's in there. Bit frustrating, if you ask me. Let's go. We have the helmet on because I haven't taken it off yet. Are you going to yeet me out, or are we going to exit gracefully? We exit gracefully. Now, how the hell do we get on this ship? I've never been on a C2 before. It's got ramps at the front and back, right? But is there a door somewhere? Or do we have to go through one of these ramps? There it is. Little panel up here. Open. Oh God. She looks surprisingly empty. All right, where are the components? This could take us an hour. Let's go up this ladder. Ramp or lift, ramp in the back. There are okay, let me give chat a half a minute. Where are the components in this ship? up the middle. On this deck that I'm on, that's the bridge. They're in the middle. Habitation. Habitation. Oh, we're going to have to go to the bridge to unlock the item ports. Let's go do that first. Oh, these open nice and early. Why does the constellation... Are they here? Is this where they are? Open? What does that do? Oh, that's where you keep your smoking pipe and your fresh tobaccos. Spool quantum. I can't get in the pilot seat. That probably means we're not going to be able to. Let's just go, okay. Right. Is this the bridge? This is the bridge, right? It's got to be. Can't get in the pilot seat, which means we can't unlock the item ports. Someone tell him I'm driving. Oh, Jesus, Rhino. Alright, we'll find them. Well, there's not much point, because if we can't get in the pilot seat, we can't unlock the item ports. But just for reference, in the middle. Open. Oh. This looks like a chunky boy. What are these, power cores? Or gun racks? They're gun racks. That's gun racks right there. Seems to be gun racks. What is in here? What the fuck is in here? Or is there supposed to be something in there that's been taken out? Or is it a secret hidey hole? This is where you put your children when they don't go to bed. That's what these must be. Ooh, lightning power. Okay, so this looks like a component to me. But because we cannot unlock the item ports, so these must be powered power cores. Power drives, or whatever they are, power supplies, power plants. Placeholder. Recreation. The other area. The doors on the hump in the center. There's doors here? Trying to explain to someone where things are when they're streaming is almost impossible. Especially when you're trying to explain it to Crouch. Tarsus. That looks like a chunky boy, man. Alright, let's get out of here. No access. Let's strip this behemoth and be done with her. What's inside here? More spaces to keep your children. That's where they are. There, okay? Shit, I forgot you streamed to say sorry, Crouch, I'm late. No, Dutchman, we all have busy lives, mate. You don't need to apologize for nothing. But thank you so much for joining me. I hope you've had a wonderful morning. All right. I want that watermelon. Some fresh fruit. Who else has watched the Hornblower series? With Iron Griffith, or whatever his name is. Where's the ladder that we came up? Here it is. Anyone watch the Hornblower series? I really love that. There's an episode where they get captured and they're in a Spanish prison. And there's an actress who's pretending to be like a noble lady. And she picks some fruit for them. And, you know, one of the dudes is not very happy about it. And he's like, we don't want fruit. We want English beer and English beef. And he smashes all the fruit. I want that watermelon. My back is fucked again. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope the recovery continues to get better. Yeah, it sucks, man. Back injuries are the worst. Oh, that's where the guns are on this ship. Okay. Oh, yep, of course. Nope. Of course that happened. Let's strip this beast and then we'll go do a little bit of scanning. Where are we at? We're at 3 hours. Wow, we seem to have accomplished a lot tonight in Star Citizen. Normally the first hour and a half is just trying to get shit organized. But we're in it. Let's keep scraping this wonderful lady. Wow, man, I gotta... Okay. I must create a PTU, keybind setting. I don't know why they're different. I exported my keybinds. I saved my keybinds from the PU and exported them. And imported them here into the PTU, but they're different. Maybe I need to clear my keybinds and re-import them. But this C2 is making up for the Andromeda claim that we bought. 20 grand we spent on that. And by the time we got there, somebody else had already stripped it. So at least this is making up for it. And then we'll go and do a little bit of scanning and see what we can pop up on our RS, values. Anyways, it says, bro, I blew mine out 8 years ago. Hasn't been the same since. Yeah, man, when you have back problems, that's it, man. They're there forever. I've had a couple of motorcycle accidents now, and, my body's not the greatest. That's part of the reason I'm standing up tonight. Just so I can, I need to get a butt cam so you can see me wiggle me tush. And I get to move around and jiggle a little bit with the music. We might sit down in a minute though. Let's do that now, actually. Oh. Because this is nice now, we're just floating around in space. Salvaging stuff. I do need to slightly change the position of my sticks. Probably just a little bit too high. I'm sort of like reaching up onto the desk. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, we're gonna move some stuff around. Let's grab this and stick it over here. We just need to change the position of this monitor. Twist it down a little bit so we can see it properly. Alright, there we go. I was doing very good until my shield maiden pushed me back on the bed very roughly when I was just getting up. Oh-ho. What's that all about? Most back issues are due to low exercises, I know from personal experience. Yeah, well, I certainly know that I need to do more core exercises. We've got a reformer upstairs, and that my wife and I never use it as much as we should. So, crouch. I do apologize to the chat. I really am not on as quick as some people. So if you are waiting a little bit for a response, I do thank you for your patience. So, Crouch, when you get that mission and somebody else gets there, they are trespassing then and can be shot down. Really? I've never seen that. I've never seen the message that I'm trespassing. Because, you know, if they're there on your wreck, then perhaps maybe so. But if there's two wrecks there, yours and theirs, which I've seen multiple times now, who's trespassing? Neither of you. You both have a valid reason to be there. I once coughed so hard I was crawling for 3 weeks. Oh, damn. Move file, not export in the game. What do you mean by move the file, Rhino? Normally when I export my keybinds, you know, I'll go to the options, keybinds, advanced controls, control profiles, and I'll save the controls. And then I'll copy that file into my PTU folder and then come back here. Like these ones are already in my PTU folder, right? Let's just select this one. Oh, you know what? I didn't do this. That's why nothing's working. Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay. I forgot the core step. Actually selecting the keybinds that I have just saved. Never mind, everything is all good. Unbelievable. So, Crouch, how many more followers do you need? I've got 36 followers on Twitch, and I appreciate every single one of them. It would be wonderful to get to affiliate over there, like, you know, so I can activate all those cool, fun little things. OnlyFans Crouch After Dark. Crotch After Dark. But don't tempt me. Maybe it'll just be, you know, pictures of me in my dressing gown. I'm getting another dressing gown this weekend. Actually, I should swap them over. My other dressing gown is very similar to this one. So I want to get, you know, some different ones. Now that I can't wear fedoras, which was always used to be my thing in videos, wearing fedoras. But given I've got this bloody thing on my head, I can't wear the fedoras. So I've got a couple of different dressing gowns. I think, you know, given, you know, we're here after dark. Oh boy, you just decided to have a bit of a move around, hey? Let's put you back where you should be. We'll stack a friend on top of you. What? I thought it was... Oh, that's interesting. Thought it was obstructed. Exercise. Says Rhino. You're amazing. We found that out today when my buddy was going to help, but was trespassing after I gave him the mission, and he was not trespassing anymore. Interesting. There's a very simple back exercise, says Brain. Lay flat on the floor, palms down, and lift your legs up as far as you feel comfortable. Do it daily is very good for back. For me, it helped a lot. Yeah, there's some very simple exercises for your back, which are wonderful. I just don't do them as often as I should, which is daily, right? If you do them every day, yeah, I've got a couple that are like that. So I'm glad we stumbled across this C2. It's sort of justified that this little fellow that's 10 kilometers away that somebody else had stripped before I got there. The trespassing is nice, but the trespassing doesn't mean anything unless you get caught, right? So if you scrape someone else's claim, like this isn't a claim, this is a piece of salvage in space. If you salvage someone else's claim, then you should be charged with theft. I just renamed live to PTU. Right, no exporting needed. Well, that makes sense. I've got all three on my system here, the PTU, the ePTU, and the PU. I just update them as I need to. All right, I'll see if I can get the community to help out a bit. Well, I appreciate the followers and I appreciate the offer, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's not really about the number of followers, although that does unlock the cool functions in Twitch. You know, there's no point me having 500 followers and 6 people watching. I'd rather have 20 followers and 6 people watching, because it means that those people who are actually following, you know, are there to participate and get involved. But yes, rally them. If we can get some people over and, you know, they enjoy the stream and the nonsense that happens here sometimes, then it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Tempted to get a dressing gown myself. It looks damn comfy. Ah, man, I love dressing gowns. You know, if you don't have a dressing gown, I don't think your life is really complete. I think they call them bathrobes around here. Maybe. This is probably a bathrobe, right? Not so much a dressing gown. But I do have a couple of dressing gowns. You know, they're much lighter sort of material. You got target locked, not by me. It's for unlocking it, and they are lovely people. Thank you so much. What is a dressing gown? It's like a big comfy dress. A bathrobe, yes. Ooh, let's turn my streamer lights back on. Woo! This community that's evolved has a lot of useful inputs, and of course it's a lot of fun too. It is a bathrobe. Yeah, it's pretty much a bathrobe, right? Like and subscribe. I used to be a catwalk model when I was younger, believe it or not. That stage I had hair, long dreadlocks, piercings all over my face, and I used to do a lot of goth catwalks. I got scouted at a bus stop once. A lady pulled over and she was like, "How are you?" I was like, "I'm good." She's like, "Have you ever done any modeling?" And I was like, "Nope." She's like, "I'm looking for someone just like you. Are you interested?" And I was like, "This is so sus." And then she gave me a business card for an agency, and I went there and they were like, "Yep, bring us in some shots. We're having a photo shoot scheduled next week. Come along, we'll take some pictures and put together, you know, a portfolio." And then, yeah, I joined that agency for a year and a half and did catwalk, you know, modeling for a little while. That was when I was 15. Imagine a 15-year-old kid. I was skipping school as well. I was at the bus stop at the interchange at Flinders, at the hospital there in Adelaide, and I was on the way into the city to go look at comic cards, comics and collectible cards. You know, Spider-Man, Batman sort of stuff, X-Men. Yeah. 15 when I was 16, you know, in nightclubs and stuff, doing these catwalk shows. It was amazing. I've never had those on with clothes underneath. Well, you should try it. It's like wearing sandals with socks. What is going on tonight? Station obstructed. Man, we're going to fill up this vulture. This is awesome. Viva's going to do a strip stream for us one day. Hey, listen, Linda. Might want to wear very dark eyewear for that one. Wear it over PJs. Yeah. Well, that's what I've got on right now, right? Me sleeping gear. 15 at the catwalk. Meet any nice modeling girls? Well, you know, they get changed pretty quickly, right? I'll say no more. It's not exactly a lot of time for modesty when people are getting changed back there. I was going to buy the Corsair today. CAG had the nerve to remove it from the store just before I could buy it. Well, most people that, I think the Corsair has a love-hate relationship because people either seem to love it or I see a lot of people talking about melting it and upgrading it to something else. After I finished up that gig, I can't remember the name of the agency now. After I finished up that gig, I worked at a friend's hotel. It's family big, hoteliers, publicans, own pubs and accommodation hotels and pokie machines and all that sort of stuff. They had a hotel in Adelaide, up in North Adelaide. Big, 7-story hotel, 300 rooms and stuff. And I worked there for a little while as a porter, greeting people, carrying bags, moving things around. And then quite quickly after that, became concierge. And I used to work the night shift. And whenever we'd have, celebrities in to do shows in the, the exhibition, hall area, they'd ask for all sorts of weird shit. And, I was told, it doesn't matter what they ask for, Viv, just sort it out. So, some of the stuff we got for these people is amazing. And then at night, when I used to work, when I did the night shift for a while, it's a full 24-hour hotel, right? So we have kitchen staff and stuff. It was so much fun hanging out in the kitchen with the chefs. Middle of the night, feeling hungry, just go up to the 7th floor restaurant, and then the chefs would be there in case people ordered room service and all that sort of stuff. And fucking chefs in the middle of the night, they're crazy people. Crazy people. I've never seen people do so many drugs, at work. Those guys were fantastic. But you do room service at night, right? And the number of times people order room service and answer the door completely naked, you wouldn't think it happens very often. But it happens quite a lot. Or, an alarm would go off somewhere and you'd go to investigate, one of the fire escape alarms, and you'd go out there and people would be out there having sex on the fire escapes because you get beautiful views of the city and stuff out there in out there in nature. Fucking hell, for a, young 18-year-old at that stage. I worked there for a couple of years. Fucking... we're talking about, just crazy times. Corsair will be in-game, in my opinion, so no big deal. It is already in-game. I think it's been added. All right, do we try and fill this up with more? I think we do. Sounds like an S-tier job for 15 years of age. Yeah, it was crazy. And I only got the job at that hotel because I was good friends with the owner's son. You flew it for the first time? Yesterday I freaking loved it. Would beat flipping burgers at least. Well, I started at McDonald's when I was 14. And I flipped burgers there for a year. And then I moved... I started at Hungry Jack's when I was 14. And... they got rid of me after a year because I would never clock off. I'd just stay there. Like I'd be scheduled to do like a 2.5-hour shift and I'd just stay there until someone told me to leave, right? And so I was doing 6, 7, 8-hour, 9-hour shifts and, the next manager would come in and was like, what the fuck are you doing here, Viv? I was like, just working. I'm like, you're supposed to finish 7 hours ago. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, get out of here. So I clock off and leave. And then after a few months of that, they just stopped giving me shifts, right? And so I left after about a year. I went to McDonald's and I worked at McDonald's for 6 months before I got that gig as a catwalk model. Then after that catwalk model, I went to my friend Ryan's parents' hotel. They had all different sorts of chains. Those guys are just, regular working class people. Ryan's dad used to be a cop and, just got into the pub game and just slowly worked his way up. And when pokies became really popular, they just made obscene amounts of money. Obscene amounts of money. I remember they had this beautiful house in the hills up in Adelaide, and Ryan's dad had bought a Porsche Boxster, and his mum wanted one, so they bought one for Ryan's mum. And so they built a new 4-car garage, which they had. It was all decorated on the inside like a Roman bath, beautiful murals and stuff everywhere. But they had a 4-car garage, right? And so I went over to Ryan's house one day after we'd been in the city, you know, looking at comics and, you know, cards and collector cards and stuff. And there was a brand new Porsche out the front, you know, 911 Turbo. And I was like, whose car's that, Ryan? And he's like, oh, Dad just bought it because, you know, there's space in the garage. And it just looks weird with 2 Porsches in there and extra space, so he bought another one. And I was like, oh, man, this is ridiculous, right? I remember working one day at the hotel. Was working as a concierge at that stage during the day, and you know, I got called into Mr. Jones's office. Mr. Jones, keeping up with the Joneses, and he's like, one of my friends coming from Singapore, can you organise a car for him? So I was like, all right, no problems. We had our preferred suppliers like rental agents and stuff, and I was like, what car do you want? And he's like, oh, I don't know, you know, find something nice. And so we organised a Mercedes. You know, I can't remember what type of Mercedes it was. And I came into work the next day, and there was a car sitting out the front. And, you know, none of the porters got in before everyone was working there. And so the car was still sitting out the front, right? And I went to see Mr. Jones, and I was like, you know, there's a car out the front. You know, whose is it? He's like, oh, I got that for, you know, my friend who's coming in from Singapore. And I was like, okay. He's like, can you move it around the back? You know, put it inside the gates at the back. And so went out there. Sitting out the front of the hotel is a brand new silver Aston Martin DB7. Okay, it's a nice car. Put it out the back. His friend comes for 2 days, stays at the hotel, we take care of him, leaves. And then, you know, go back to Mr. Jones. Okay, you know, where did you organise this car from? You know, we'll return it. He didn't hire that car. He bought it. 2 weeks later, I'm back at Ryan's house, and they're building another garage because there's nowhere to put the Aston Martin. For a young kid from a family of 13, you know, whose parents have had to, you know, work for absolutely every dime and feed a family of 13 people, it was obscene. It was just crazy. They were super nice people, but, you know, they'd made their money, right? And they were enjoying it. The Corsair is in Lorville for 3.4 million. The Cutter is 640k. Yeah, what did they add? They added the Corsair, the Cutter, and the C8R Pisces. But not the Vulture yet, which I'm sure will come when 319 drops. I'm going to get me a Cutter for shits and giggles too. It's a fun little ship. I've got a Cutter starter package, a holiday starter package from when they had the holiday sales last year, which I was going to give to Charlotte, but, you know, her computer can't run Star Citizen at the moment, so that needs to be sorted out. What's it for, right? You know, just crazy. Just crazy. I don't normally do this, but, you know, things don't seem to be bouncing around like they normally do. There's like not a huge amount of sparking going on. Like normally when you shove 2 boxes together like this, they start going crazy type. But you know, whatever changes that they've made here for the new tractor gameplay has really made a difference. It'll be kicking out 3 hours and 20 minutes. All right, so we can still got 40 minutes to have a bit of a scan around and see if we can find any. Like right now, I'd be freaking out because all of this would be sparking and oh, she's moving around a little bit. Stop talking, Crouch, and get out of here. See, we'll see what changes they've made to the scanning and see if we can find some opportunity markers popping up in, you know, multiples of 2,000. Vulture is too new, 320 at the earliest, says Randy. You think so? Because it's been out for more than 3 months. Normally they do a patch cycle, right? And given, given that, you know, this is a massive update, the salvage missions for 319, maybe they'll leave it on the Pledge store rather than putting it in game straight away. So people are like, I want to do the new salvage missions. I don't have a vulture. Oh well, I'll melt something or upgrade it on the pledge store and get me a vulture. That's 100% what's going to happen. We know that already. Good call. Good call. And then once everyone's bought their vultures, they'll drop it in game. 2 patches. Okay. Maybe when my mini game is finished, says Jason the Bruiser over on Twitch, I make my billions of dollars and put the entire industry on notice. I'll build a garage I don't need to. I used to brew a lot of spirits when I was younger. And, you know, these guys just kept on building more and more shit. They had a big block up in the hills and they built it was on a lovely piece of undulated land and stuff. And they built a huge swimming pool and a tennis court and then a pool house, right? You know, you see these pool houses on all the big Hollywood movies and stuff. They got these pool houses. And so they had a pool house there with all this memorabilia, sports memorabilia and gold-plated fucking football boots and all this other sort of shit. Anyway, when Ryan had his 18th birthday, they had it in the pool house down there. And I was brewing a lot of spirits at that stage, so I rocked up, as you do, you know, go to a party, you bring some booze, right? So I rocked up, and everyone's fucking in bow ties and, you know, dressed up. And there I am, rocking up. You know, I wasn't dressed, but, you know, dressed. I was, you know, I didn't look like a hobo, but I rocked up with, you know, a 6-pack of beer and, you know, my own bourbon that I'd, you know, distilled and, you know, at that stage just added some flavorings to it. It was kind of just like alcoholic cordial, really, that tasted a bit like bourbon. And fucking he was horrified. And he's like, what have you bring booze for? I was like, because it's a party, man, and I wanted to have some beer. They had like a full bar and fucking waiters and shit. And I was like, yeah, that's cool, man. But yeah, I got really drunk there and destroyed half of their garden and fell down a cliff. And they put me in the spare room for the night. Ryan was pissed, but his dad, you know, he thought it was hilarious. No, proper down to earth, you know, guy, right? Who just, you know, had done real well and was enjoying life. Remember he was telling me once when he was still a copper, came across this bloke pushing a car down the road and, you know, they stopped. And the guy was like, oh, you know, the car's not working, battery's gone flat, you know, I can't start it. And so like, do you want, we'll help you jump start it. You jump in, you know, manual car, you hold the clutch down, we'll push it and then fire it up. Release the clutch and fire it up. So they did that and he drove off, no problems. And then he says, 10 minutes later, we get a call on the radio that someone has reported their car stolen. And it was that car that they'd helped that bloke jumpstart and drive off. He was a super nice guy. Real down to earth. Yeah, but Ryan, we went to Ryan's head. I haven't seen him for many, many years now. He doesn't talk to a lot of people because they're afraid that, you know, they're only friends with him because of the money. Which, you know, we went to school for 7 years together, dude. We fucking collected comic cards and read comics. We were nerds, geeks. We played Warhammer, Necromunda. We painted miniatures. Couldn't give a shit about the money, dude. But I haven't seen him for years. All right, we can get a couple more boxes here. I think maybe he's still pissed off that I brought homebrewed bourbon to his 18th party that was, you know, hosted. Structed? So, there's still something in there. Welcome to Crouch After Dark. Thank you for putting up with, you know, my little storytelling here as we finish up our, you know, scraping mission here. I think we've done much better out of this C2 than the Andromeda that was stolen from us. This rotating of stuff is working so nicely too. What do you reckon? We can get a few more in here? That push start story is the best I've ever heard. Yeah. Yep. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, I kind of a bit disappointed that, you know, I lost touch with Ryan. He was a nice guy until, you know, yeah, he changed a lot. He was born in a pub, which is, you know, that his dad owned. He was a nice guy, but after his dad passed away and, you know, the business was passed to him and he changed. I'm just reminiscing now about those times. Anyway, so I'm really enjoying this salvage gameplay. I love the idea of the missions. It would be cool to see some rep that you can earn. I don't know what you'd use the rep for or how it would affect or interact, you know, with the game itself. But, you know, all the missions are from this company, right? Aegis Holdings or whatever. We need to drink something in a minute. From this company, Aegis Holdings. Stanton wide. So I don't know what the rep would be used for or how it would, you know, change. But, you know, we have noticed for those people who've been milling around, we started off with just 4 mission types for very small level ships at 1,000 AUEC. You know, you buy that claim site for 1,000 UEC, and now we're up to these ones that are 50,000. I don't know how high it goes. Maybe 50,000 is the max here under the general tab. If you go over to personal, you know, there's $150,000 contracts and stuff in the personal tab. But so far, I'm loving this. You know, buy a claim, go out there, claim it. The issue with someone else scraping your claim, like happened, you know, just before with the Andromeda, that's an issue. I'm sure that'll be fixed as the iterations for this game loop continue. But, you know, it's not game breaking. It's probably a little frustrating. It'll probably lead to a little bit of rage in global. But for me, you know, you deal with it and you move on, right? You know, this is, you know, the Wild West, essentially. Someone's jumped your claim. What are you going to do about it? Are you just going to go, okay, well, that's it? Or are you going to fight and then deal with the consequences? I think what we'll do is we'll finish scraping up and filling up our vulture. Then we'll go off and see if we can, you know, scan around the area here. We're already obstructed. Wow, this is so quick. Then we'll go out and have a look and see if we can get some RS readings in multiples of 2,000 from the opportunity markers around us. Because that was the issue. That is the issue at the moment in 3.18.2 is that we just can't get, you know, salvage isn't popping up. All right. We're getting. Oh, you can lean with a tractor tool. That's okay. That's enough. That is enough. We'll grab one more and eject it. Then we'll get on. What are we at? 3:30. We got half an hour to see if we can find something floating around in space. Rather than just purely doing the salvage missions. Can we find salvage in space? And Trid seemed to have a great deal of success when we were messing around, as I said a couple of times now, on Discord yesterday. So I'm confident we'll be able to find something around the area. Just like we found this. Just super chill. Wax on, wax off. Is it obstructed already? How's that possible? Oh, maybe because the other boxes are stopping this one from popping out. Yep. This box is jammed in here. Apologies. I don't think okay, we're done. We're done. Let's go. I'm sure we could probably nap around down there and, you know, fit more in, but let's go. We're right here around the Lagrange point. So let's activate our scanner and see what we can find. Thank you, C2. Oh, God! Never mind about that. That was the wrong button. That was the wrong button. Oh, man. Now the ship's not going to fly properly. That's all right. We don't need it to fly properly for the moment. What is that? Okay, we kind of need the ship to be able to fly properly. All right, where... Shit. Where is the station? Okay, that's where the... Okay. Okay, we're close to a station. We'll quickly duck over here for a quick repair. Because right now we're traveling straight, right? But I've got my right stick all the way over to the right. Otherwise the ship just is pulling to the left badly. And if we're going to be flying around asteroids, kind of need a little bit of control. Let's go. Oh, let's go this way. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. I think we'll drop down on a pad then trying to get into a hangar. Oh god, we're gonna crash into this thing.
Have a pleasant stay.
I mean landing complete. Oh god! Fuck, right off! There better be some pads here, because there's no way I'm getting this into a hangar. Deploy landing gear. There they are on that side.
Yes, Commander. Landing gear is being deployed.
Shit. Okay, now she's going. Major torque imbalance, hey? No shit. Okay. We might need to do this in reverse. Where's the station gone? There she is. Oh no, this is going to be even more impossible. We're just going to have to go slow. Also, so much for no panicking. Adam Warlock is back. Welcome back. We just managed to salvage a bunch of stuff and then crashed into the wreck on the way out. Almost blew up, lost half of our vulture. And we're trying to limp back to this station to repair, but it's becoming increasingly more difficult to fly the ship. Oh shit. What the hell, chat? Is anyone actually watching? How long has it been like that for? I'm so bad with switching to that chatting screen. People are just sitting there. It's... Oh god, don't do it. Is anyone actually watching? Adam gets back and in less than a minute he's like, dude, switch scenes. Of course we're watching. What have we got? 15 people on YouTube, 5 people on Twitch, and nobody says, hey Viv, you know, switch scenes, man. Maybe they just like looking at my beautiful face. Thank you.
I'm on board for your convenience, sir.
Shut up, Atreyu. Tell me a joke.
Dutchman Ace on Discord, sir, submitted this joke for the logs. What's the difference between a piano, tuner, and a pot of glue? You can tune a piano, but you can't piano a tuner. What about the pot of glue? Well, I knew you would get stuck there.
Oh, God. Tell me another one.
Of course, Commander. The ship's logs indicate Acorn submitted this joke on Discord, sir. Everyone wants a ship AI until they betray you. I'm not sure I like Acorn very much, sir.
Atreyu.
Yes, Commander.
Everybody loves you, mate. Oh, God. Oh. I do like how it's still got a magically attached landing gear. One of our engines is not looking very healthy. It's such a fun ship, this one. I love it. All right. Are you going to give us the ability to repair the ship? 3,000 credits worth of damage. All right, let's fix the ship up. Quickly jump out, have a drink. Stream is too relaxing. Maybe people put you on in the background. I do that. Well, I do exactly the same thing. I put people on in the background, and especially, you know, streamers who like me, constantly talking. I have on in the background because, you know, it's nice to have that company, right? It's nice to have that, you know, that camaraderie, especially when I'm playing Star Citizen. Well, usually, or only when I'm playing Star Citizen, will I have another streamer on in the background as that, you know, connected, but, you know, disconnected, you know, feeling of, you know, community. Let's place this on this shelf here, because then it will fall off and disappear behind the bed and magically disappear. Especially with the lo-fi music on tonight. We're just super chill. All right. Retract the landing gear.
Landing gear is being retracted, Commander.
Alright, let's go out here. Activate the scanner. Now, you watch. We'll crash out here and lose all of this cargo. But as long as I get one opportunity marker that says 2,000, I'll be happy. 1870. What is 1870? This is not a number we normally see in space. Why are we not selling the cargo given you can't salvage with a full ship? Because I'm already out here and I'm happy to accept the risk at the moment, given this is PTU and, you know, we're just naffing about. But I want to find at least one opportunity marker with an RS display of 2,000, which means outside of these salvage claim missions, we can, you know, still go out here and float around in the black and scanning for cargo, scanning for scrap. But the RS signatures seem to be different. Like, what is this 1870 out here in space? I've never seen that before. Trid was saying yesterday that, you know, rocks were popping up for him as 1900, not 1700. Oh, this could be, because we're so close to the station, this could be an orbital marker. It's 100% an orbital marker. Let's get out into here. So we're risking all the cargo we've got on board. 1700, there's a rock out there. 1900, see, what is this 1900? What is this 1900? I've never seen this before. Maybe new numbers for cargo/components or salvage Yeah, let's go have a look. I don't want to go too quickly, otherwise we're going to crash into something and lose. Oh my god! Yeah. Oh, look at this! We're taking space dust to the face. Okay, we're quickly going to check out whatever this 1900 thing is here, because that's new. But all this space dust that's colliding against the cockpit window isn't making me feel fantastic. Is it a new type of rock? What is it? Here, it's a rock. It's an asteroid. It's an asteroid at 1900? Can we scan it? No, we need to get closer. Signal strength over 70%. Scan. Oh my god! Crouch. What is it? Why can I not scan it? Why hasn't it repaired my ship completely? Did I take off too early? At least she's flying, alright. Signal strength. Power cycle the scanner. I'm getting nothing. What are you? A new type of ore or something? Maybe new numbers for cargo components? Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be a crunch shattering kaboom. An asteroid with hand minables? But we'd see the diamonds on it. Like sometimes you can find an asteroid with diamonds on them, right? Why can't I scan it? Power cycle the scanner. Okay, that's a little unusual. Let's turn that off. Getting hit markers on it. 97% signal strength. What is that pulsing that the screen's doing? Alright. Interesting. Let's not crash into that on the way out like we did the C2. $17.20. Here's another $17.20. This surely can't be a station marker out here. What is going on? Okay, where are we? 344. We don't have time to be examining all this stuff because I really need to go at the 4-hour mark. Otherwise I carry on and carry on and carry on, and before I know it. But we're going to find out what this is. Where'd it go? Is that it there? What is happening? This surely... Oh my god! Salvage. We're 100% going to blow up out here. Is this some of the mining changes just not fully implemented? That's what I was just about to say, and then we were about to collide into that asteroid. This must be something to do with the mining balance. You know, whatever they're calling it, V1 mining balance. But here's a piece of salvage out here. Is this the C2 or something different? Can I scan it? 79% signal strength, scanning. It's a C2. Is it another one? Let's have a look. Or is it the same one? At least scanning this worked. 150% more like. Yeah, well, I would like to get this cargo back, although, because the wipe that they didn't wipe the money, so I'd like to try and keep the money. Why? I have no idea. Let's go have a look. If the top of this C2 is scraped, then it's the one we found before. If it hasn't, then there's fucking salvage out and about. And And it hasn't taken us long to find it. But we're going to find out. This could be the one I've scraped. It's kind of looking like it. It is not. Is that the bottom of the ship or the top? That's the top, isn't it? This is a new wreck. This is a new wreck. 319 salvage, baby. Woo! Metaphysical is off. Good night, guys. Night, Viv. See you Friday for more shenanigans. Thank you so much. Indeed, we will be there with the Discord on Friday night. And get there to the shops, ya goose. Charlie, how are you? My bad. Hello, ship. Hello, chat. So this is 319. It is 319 PTU Wave 1. We've been doing some of the salvage missions. That are the new contract types that you can do in your contract manager here, these salvage missions. You can pay for the wrecked location. We started off doing $1,000 claims. Now we're up to $50,000 claims. And obviously we're getting bigger ships. Obviously the smaller the ship, the Origin 325A, so got a small amount of scrap on it, but it costs you $1,000. But not only can you get the scrap, you can take the weapons, you can take the components. We haven't done any of that tonight because there's they've changed this version. There was another patch to the PTU last night. They've disabled some of the functions in the shops to stop people, exploiting one of the exploits. So not only will we get just a couple of boxes of RMC from this ship, but we'll also be able to take its guns, which we've played around with a little bit tonight, and pull out its components if the ship has accessible components. Not all the ships have accessible components, and right now it's limited to just size 2 components. So we've been doing that, and we've just tested in the last 10 minutes. Yeah, literally the last 10 minutes. Can we find salvage in space without, missions, right? And we can. We found a C2, we scraped it, we filled up our vulture, and we have literally in less than 10 minutes found another one. I'm excited. Let's get this back. Loving the mood. Don't forget to scan as well. Sometimes they now have cargo as well. Yeah, indeed. Let's scan this one and see. There was nothing. We couldn't scan the other one that we found. Let's scan this one and see what we get. What is it hiding in its belly? I haven't had much luck with scanning. See, I get no results. Maybe I just don't know how to scan properly. But we don't get any results. Scan again. But yeah, so the ships, not only can you salvage the wreck, you can take the weapons, the cargo that's inside. We found some cargo tonight. We sold some of that cargo. Admittedly, a lot of that cargo wasn't worth a lot of money, and I would have rather have had the extra space for a box of RMC. Maybe I'm right about the numbers. I think so, because we're seeing RS values out here in space that I've never seen before. Like rocks that are coming back at 1900 and those 1720s.
I apologize for interrupting, Commander. YouTube is broadcasting a subscriber alert.
Charlie, subscribed on YouTube.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. I really appreciate it. We must be close to 200 subscribers on YouTube now, which is incredible to watch, given the fact that I primarily stream. And I don't make fancy edited videos with voiceovers and all that sort of stuff. It's just me carrying on and being a lunatic most of the time. Tonight's been super chill because, it was a scheduled super chill session. But thank you, Charlie. I appreciate you joining me. I stream 4 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays at 9 p.m. UTC plus 10, and that is my time zone. Fridays is with my community on Discord. If you want to join that, there's a link in the description, or you can shout Discord in chat and it'll give you a link off to an invite. And then, we pull people in to the stream live and we get up to all sorts of shenanigans. I do try to schedule my streams a week in advance. I need to schedule out most of next week, just so I know what I'm doing. People know what they can tune in for. Let's go back to Orison and sell some scrap. And make a little bit of money for the first time in a long time. Even though here in the PTU it's probably pointless, who knows what will happen. I'd expect another patch in the next day or two. It can happen quite quickly in the PTU as they're quickly fixing things in the background, and then they put out another patch. Sometimes they wipe, sometimes they don't. The patch from yesterday was a partial wipe. So they took items and ships, I think. Okay. It's moving so quickly, he's like looking up at the roof. Oh, so for salvage claim, you must pay money. Yep, you pay for the location, and they give you a marker that you can fly to. And that belongs to you. You can do whatever you want with it. So what happens if you finish the claim? You get paid also? No, you just pay for the location. And then whatever RMC you scrape off it, whatever cargo you find, whatever guns, components you take off that wreck, that's all yours. You're just paying for the location. And obviously the bigger the ship or the more it's going to be worth, the higher the value. And we'll see when we get to Crusader in a second. Under the personal tab here, you can see the salvage missions. These are global, right? Normally the missions change as you fly through different zones. These are all global, so it doesn't matter where you are in Stanton, it'll take you all over the place. Arc L2, this one, I like this, cause of accident. Attacked by Outlaw Pack. This one's at Crew L4, an asteroid collision. Her L2, this has simply been decommissioned. Thruster failure over at Crew L4. So these take you all over the place. Attacked by an Outlaw Pack. So you're simply paying for the location. They give you a beacon. When you are satisfied with the amount of material you've salvaged, you may abandon the contract early with no penalty to clear the coordinates from your star map. So you're simply paying for the location. Anything you find there is yours. There are a couple of issues with this new system that I'm sure will be ironed out as they iterate on it. You can scrape somebody else's claim. They can scrape your claim if they get there before you, and there's no penalty. They seem to be spawning my claim and somebody else's claim in the same area next to each other. They're like literally next to each other. So I'm expecting to see that change, just like an underground facility or a bunker mission. A mission spawns there, you go in, it streams in all the assets, you do your bunker, it has a 15-minute counter or cooldown, you fly out, it streams everything out. Now the density manager has been updated, so anything that gets streamed in for a bunker gets streamed out and it gets stripped completely. So any weapons that don't get picked up, bodies, armor, all that sort of stuff, anything that a player hasn't dropped in a bunker now gets stripped as soon as it streams out. Which means when you come back to a bunker, it's going to be clean. No more wrecks out the front, no more random bodies lying around, no weapons on the floor. Clean bunker mission, maximum, server resource utilization. All of this designed to help the back end cope with the PES, right? I had to be within 200 meters to get a good scan. Says loving the moo. Yeah, it's strange. We found a rock there that was scanning at 1720 and we were 50 meters away from it and we still couldn't scan any information. But perhaps you're talking about the ships, so maybe we need to get a little bit closer before. 199 subscribers on YouTube, says Jason the Bruce. Lovely, thank you so much. We're almost at that 200. But if you do abandon, you lose money you paid. Yes? Yeah, so you pay, as soon as you accept the contract, you pay the money. So like we had a contract just then, before we found those C2s, we paid 20 grand to go scrape an Andromeda. And when we got there, it had already been stripped by somebody else. So I paid 20 grand and we got one box of RMC from that Connie, and that's it. And obviously they didn't take the weapons because we can't sell the weapons right now because of the exploit where you can just sell weapons continuously. If you don't store the ship, you can just keep selling the guns, keep selling the guns, keep selling the guns. 10k a pop in some cases, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So they've and we'll see that perhaps they've locked down the terminals a little bit, the trade terminals. So yeah, you pay the money up front and just hope that your wreck is still there, which is why I said, because these missions are global, right? And they have a counter. So you can see all these other missions have popped up now because we're in a new region, but these salvage missions are still the same and they have a counter, right? So you might want to have a look for something either that's close or something that's further away. For example, this Origin 300i, we're going to pay 1,000 for this. We've got 7 minutes to get to Crew L5. So if I wanted to get this claim, I'd head to Crew L5. I wouldn't accept the mission because as soon as I accept the mission, it streams that ship in. I won't accept this until I'm close to the location or my timer is running out as I'm on the way. That way I'm reducing the possibility of someone else getting to that wreck before me as much as I can. So for example, this hammerhead, I've got 10 minutes to get to Mikel 2. Now, obviously, if I don't accept this now and I wait and accept it while I'm en route, there's a chance that somebody else might accept this mission before I do. Again, these are global. Everyone in the server right now can see these. And right now, there's only a handful of people online, 17 people online. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this continues to evolve. But it's exciting. Nonetheless, it's exciting. Activate night vision. Deactivate night vision. Is it NP ship or player ship? It's NPC ships, Charlie. These are all NP ships that you go to. You never get it back anyway. Basically, you buy the rights. That's right. No, it's all just NPC wrecks. Player wrecks you can scrape, but they're not delivered to you through the mission type. Night vision. There, I use Reshade. So, Reshade is a third-party software that you can install, and it basically just changes the shading of your games. And so this one is set up with a couple of different filters. So this is my night vision. This one's infrared. This is to make things darker. So when I'm on a super bright planet or something, and I just want to make it darker. But yeah, this makes a huge difference to how the game plays, especially when you're in caves and stuff. It really should be a part of the game. I don't know why it's not. Maybe at some stage it will be. You know, they've got way more important core tech to get done, and I'd rather they focus on that than putting something like this in that I can use Reshade for, which is free. And you know, there's all different sorts of profiles. So you know, there's all different sorts of profiles that people use and stuff, and these are the profiles that I have installed. You know, night vision, infrared, darken, and lots of people make different sorts of profiles that you can just find on the internet or download from people's discords. Yeah, super useful piece of software. So this is another PvP game loop. Yeah, well, let's have a look as we're flying into Orison to sell our bounty here. Go back to the contract manager once again. Under the personal mission here, under the personal tab, there are salvage missions. And these ones, you know, have the possibility of, this one, a risky, someone's just grabbed that one. Drake Cutlass salvage job. We've got our eye on a Cutlass Drake. A Drake Cutlass Black, that's right for salvaging. We're too busy to snag it out. Let's do this in character. We've got our eyes on a Drake Cutlass Black, that's right for salvaging. We're too busy to snag it ourselves, so why not spread the wealth, right? If you send us some credits, we'll send you the ship's location, but don't take too long to think it over though. You've got about 30 minutes until security gets there to check out the wreck. Could be more, could be less. If you're fast enough, you can get in, get your haul, and get out without a shot fired. Not a bad deal, right? And once you've salvaged everything you want, just go ahead and abandon this contract to clear your map. Helps keep everything nice and tidy. So this is telling us that, you know, we've got 30 minutes before security comes and we've got to fight. There's, you know, graveyards of ship battles, so multiple ships. They cost, this one's only 10,000. Those ones cost 150,000. And then you've got, and that's broadcast to the whole server. Multiple people can accept that. And then, you know, then you end up with PvP and stuff going on, and, you know, people coming in to claim that wreck and fighting over it. You've got NPCs coming in. So they're going to be super fun. You know, we'll do some of those with the Discord. I hear in Arcadia there was a ton of PvP around the 150k contracts. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, because it costs 150k, right? But then you're salvaging the RMC, the weapons, components, cargo from multiple ships. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be super interesting. And then we've got the new Ghost Hollows PvP missions. So, you know, the content is coming. The content is coming. And, you know, I'm on 25 FPS, server FPS at the moment. Mind you, there's only 17 people on my server. But I was on an EU server earlier this afternoon, 100 people on there, and I was getting 9, 10, anywhere between 7 and 10 frames, server frames, which for 100 people, normally it's rocking at the 4, 5 mark. Contact landing services.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing
Please
services.
proceed to assigned landing bay.
Deploy landing gear.
Landing gear being deployed for touchdown, Commander.
This is normally on the other side, but I always fly to this side first. I don't know why. It's going to be on this side. Let's just check it first. Where the hell is it? It is on the other side, isn't it? Bloody Orison. Nope. Is it underneath here? Where is the hangar? It's on the other side? Yeah, here it is. Alright, we got landing gear down. We got a ship full of RMC. Let's not crash into the hangar as we fly in. And the flight model is different. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just because it's PTU and my settings might be slightly different, but everything is flying different. The Pisces I was in earlier was flying different. The Vulture's flying different.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
All right, we're missing... Oh yeah, still got 2,000 credits worth of damage to fix up from when we crashed into that C2 when we were leaving before. All right, we'll leave that. That should be good. Let's power off. Let's go sell this stuff. Yeah, it's super exciting. It's super exciting. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an update tomorrow to address some of the issues that have been cropping up. Either tomorrow or the next day. But they've got to get it done, right? The signage for Invictus up at Area 18, which is where Invictus Launch Week and DefenseCon, the Drake exhibition, are happening. The signage up there says 19th of May. So they've got to get it done by then. They've got to get through Wave 1, which we are at the moment, then through Wave 2, then Wave 3. Open PTU so they can get the the stress testing that they need.
Welcome to the ASOC.
And then Invictus Launch Week. You can go there now. There's new tram routes. Area 18 has changed a little bit. There's new hallways and corridors. There's new trams. There's a new convention center. Part of the spaceport has been made accessible and converted for a convention center for DefenseCon, the Drake exhibition. It was like that in 318. I was like you now, nearly crashing. Yeah, something is different. I don't know what it is. Blame game. Sounds like pilot error. Well, it's difficult to know, right? Because not only are your keybinds different, but we just discovered that I hadn't imported my keybinds properly. But all your other settings are different, right? And under keybinds, this is not where you've got your controls here for your mouse and flight stick sensitivities, your curves, your dead zones. All of that is in here, and I can't import this from the PU. The only thing I can import is my keybinds. It would be great if I could export out my game settings. Game settings, export, and import those into the new one. Obviously there's complications there because they add new things and they remove things between patches, but I'm pretty sure it's due to my dead zones and my curves and stuff. I just haven't set those up in the PTU. As Rhino was saying, it probably makes sense just to copy my PU folder and then just rename it PTU and verify it, because that way everything that's in the PU. Nice to see people walking around properly. Hello everybody. Maybe I should just do that. That way at least I know that my config files are correct. Let's go catch a shuttle. And volumetric clouds. Wait, DefenseCon is up. Well, it's accessible. The lobby for Invictus Week is accessible. You can catch a new tram there. The signage is really, really good. Defense Con, where are we going, Cloudview? Defense Con is in the spaceport. So that they don't really have a big lobby there, but you can certainly go there and get in the lifts, and it doesn't give the option to enter the convention hall. It only gives you the option for the lobby. But yeah, it's all set up. Signage is all up. So it's ready for Invictus. And the volumetric clouds that Adam Warlock is talking about are phenomenal. Not only the massive changes they've made around Lorville with Lorville 2.0, which now looks absolutely stunning. It looks like a proper city. It feels like a proper city. It's ready now for missions. It's ready for, building interiors and all that sort of stuff. But the volumetric clouds that they've added to Area 18 just change things so much. So much. You don't fly through that cloud layer anymore, right? You fly through and then all of a sudden everything becomes clear. No, there's proper clouds all the way down to the spaceport. It can be difficult now to find the spaceport. I've been there twice, and both times I've been like, I've flown to Area 18 hundreds, if not thousands of times. But this cloud cover is just confusing the situation. So in the wake of disaster, that contract, that's the $150,000 dollar PvP mission. Salvage in the wake of disaster. 150 grand. Fortune has shined. All right, let me read this in character. Fortune has shined upon us once again, mate. I've just learned of a battle that's just transpired far from the prying eyes of any meddlesome comrades, and reinforcements from either of the forces involved have yet to be dispatched. This means that there is a window of opportunity for an enterprising soul to pick the graveyard clean. I'd like to extend this opportunity to all my trusted contracts. Blah, 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 blah. Of course, speed will be of the essence, as you will not only face potential competition. Let's get off this tram before we get stuck on it. Yeah, so this is going to be super fun. This is ideal, multiplayer gameplay stuff right here. Of course, speed will be of the essence, as you'll not only face potential competition from other salvages. Here we go. I'd like to extend this opportunity to all my trusted contracts. Any and all interested parties can have the location for the right price. Coordinates will be provided once you accept the contract and will remain available until you choose to terminate it. Of course, speed will be of the essence, as you will not only face potential competition from other salvages, but also the looming possibility of reinforcements arriving to survey the battlefield. If you're still hesitating, just remember, fortune favours the bold. So off we go. PvP group play mission right there. A couple of the reclaimers, plenty of security. Where the fuck are we? Oh, we got off at this platform. Right, okay, this way. Yeah, super fun. I'm liking this direction for, improving multiplayer gameplay. I do the sensitivity stuff in VKB software, way more options there. Well, I don't have any VKBs. I'd like to get some. I've got me some Thrustmaster T16000s, which many people have already heard the story, so we don't need to go through it again. I'm on mouse and keyboard, and it feels like ships are handling a bit different. But new shoes, the ground is slippery and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's true. All right, what have we got? I started with 1.1 million, and all I've been doing so far is losing money. So I'd like to earn some, please, Mr. Citizen. All right, so we've got 12 units on the grid, 93,000. And 10 units off the grid. Let's recognise them all. Lovely. Another 77k. Lovely. 150 odd thousand. It's taken us 4 hours to do it, but if we weren't messing around and you were out there, grinding, you'd be making the money. But it's super exciting. It's super exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing how the PTU progresses. We're into the second day. What did it release on Monday night? Or very early Tuesday morning. It's Wednesday for me right now. So it's early days in the PTU, but everything seems to be running smooth. I am on a really underpopulated server, as I mentioned. You know, there's 12 people online right now. So, you know, we've probably got a good chance to go do one of those big missions and not be interrupted. Probably got a good chance to go over to Ghost Hollows for the new PvP, you know, broken ATM mission that's just handing out, you know, AUC, like Jumptown, but instead of handing out drugs, they're handing out money. But we've hit our limit here for After Dark on a Wednesday. How much have I spent? Probably lots. You know, I bought 10 suits of armor, 10 multi-tools, 10, you know, I don't know what I've spent. But it's PTU, just go in there and spend money and kit it out. But I've probably lost about 100 grand in, you know, claims that people have scraped before I've had a chance to get there. The rest has been me just spending stuff on armor and useless stuff. There we go. Thank you so much for everyone for tuning in here. Thank you to everyone over on Twitch, 6 people who are watching over there on Twitch. If you haven't tickled that follow button over there on Twitch, please do so now. If I can get to that 50 subscribe or 50 followers, we can do all sorts of cool stuff with panic meters and all that sort of stuff. And thank you so much to everyone on YouTube. 26 likes tonight. That's incredible. I really appreciate everyone choosing
Twitch
to spend
is
some of their time with
broadcasting
me.
a new follower alert, sir.
Thank you so
Psychosis
much.
Nerd is following After Dark on Twitch.
Psychosis Nerd, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. We'll get that panic meter happening at one day. Thank you to everyone who's been interacting in chat. Thank you to everyone who's been lurking. Don't forget, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays and Saturdays, 9 p.m. UTC plus 10. Fridays with the Discord. Links in the description. Like and subscribe. I'll see you guys on Friday. Bye.